Season of the Lost released in August 2021, and thanks to a 3-month delay to the Witch Queen expansion, it became the longest season Destiny had ever had up until that point. It would also see the climax of a story that had ran for the entire year, all the way from Hunt and Chosen to Splicer. Savathun would finally reveal that she had been amongst us the entire time. Crow's origin story would reach an inevitable conclusion, and a new chapter began for one of Destiny's most iconic characters, Mara Sov, Queen of the Awoken, who, 6 years after her disappearance during the Taken King expansion, and 2 years after her last contact with the Guardians during Forsaken, would finally come home to once again play a major part in the Light and Darkness saga. The story holds up pretty well, and if you are fresh from my last episode, then you might even find Mara a more sympathetic character in this season, as she clearly struggles with what it means for her lost brother to just stand before her with no memories of the millennia they had shared together. If you are new here, what you can expect from me are lore readings put into chronological order, set to Destiny music, supplemented by in-game cutscenes, dialogue, and gameplay that comes with audio description. There are visuals, but you can treat it like an audiobook or podcast that you just play in the background. Timestamps are in the description below. I hope you enjoy. Prologue. New Coven. Petra stood at the bordering cliff's edge of the Devalian mists, wrapped in a concealing vapour. Beside her, Ilin, Techian Coven mother. A deluge of water spewed from deep within the stone below. Gentle tremors rippled through their bodies without notice. The pure sky above them tore like well-worn fabric as fronds of malignant Taken growth crept into the dreaming city. They will be upon us soon. It was not enough to simply halt Oryx's advance, Petra said. She had spent months of conversation building the kindling to an idea in Ilin's thoughts prior to the Battle of Saturn. A new Coven. A new class of sister recruits. Now, with the Queen's flagship in ruins, and the Coven missing several of its most skilled Techians, there was no longer the luxury of refusal. I can't hold the reef with Corsairs alone. I can't search for the Queen with looking glasses and a depleted armada. We need more Techians, Ilin. You know I'm right. Ilin shook her head. We are not weapons for the Queen's wrath to command. The Coven's reluctance to forge the next link in the chain of their lineage was a strong one. Since the formation of Eleusinia and the exploitation of Riven, the elder Techians had grown protective of their arts. Techniques and texts were kept close. Despite all that, Petra knew Ilin had always been listening to her words. She too had dreamt of the Harbinger's failure, of Oryx taking her sisters. We will snap shut the ley lines and seal the city, Ilin concluded. No, Petra retorted. The Queen is lost and might still return. She turned to the Coven mother. Of your 7, how many are still alive? Petra felt a mournful flame stoking beneath Ilin's visor. Precisely, Ilin said. We haven't the strength. Then heed my requests. Petra waved away the mist between them. Train more sisters. Ilin finally broke her gaze with the sky and scowled at Petra. We haven't the time. Training spans decades. Make it work, Petra demanded before taking a breath and continuing. Ilin, I will do whatever you need. Please, can we work through this together? Ilin's head sunk. She leaned over the cliffside, over the stream of plummeting mist. and watched the flow of water drop into endlessness. "Send me your candidates. I hope they are stronger than you were." Wayfinding. Yulia placed her hands on the focusing crystal once more. It had been months since she had seen the stars. Her view every day was instead of the same stone chamber she shared with 12 others. It doubled as both training ground and lodging for a new crop of Techians. The mustiness made Yulia crave the open air of the dreaming city's skyward turrets. She imagined them piercing the sky like masts and drawing the clouds into sails. In her mind, the whole city sailed through the Ascendant Ocean, navigating the ley lines like currents. Yulia placed herself there. A voyage, a turret crow's nest in search of distant land. Ascendant anchors restraining cloud sail billows against the wind of her will. She tried to introduce that place to this one, to let them meet and exchange atmosphere. "Make this real," she thought. But it was nothing more than thought. The concepts were familiar, but the execution was still foreign. Yulia adjusted the crystal in her hands, as if the orientation mattered. Of all her sisters, only she still couldn't shape the ley lines. "They're going to shift soon, you know," Austin chided. "I know," Yulia spat back without looking. An explosion shook the room, raining plumes of dust over them and breaking her concentration. "Damn it!" Yulia slammed a fist into the smooth stone and cast the crystal orb across the floor. "Why are we training in a war zone?" Austin watched the crystal skip to the edge of the chamber. "This place is built upon a crossroads of ley lines. If you can't align with them here..." "Don't say it," Yulia hissed as she stood to retrieve the crystal. "I need to try again." As she walked, the wall before her illuminated and split into a doorway. Petra Venge entered the chamber, haggard, soot dulling the sheen of her armour. Yulia stopped in her tracks. She hid away her embarrassment, despite knowing that Petra hadn't seen her cast away the focusing crystal. Petra's foot tapped the crystal. She bent and scooped it up from the ground, and looked to Yulia's empty hands. "Do not lose this. There aren't many left." "My apologies. I need to try again." Petra scanned the faces of each of the 13 would-be Techians before her. The creases beneath their eyes drew deeper from stress and lack of sleep. "I had trouble just the same. Let me show you." Canis Major. Petra Venge and Yulia sat together in a courtyard as the waning dusk of the dreaming city settled in around them. "I began the training first," Petra explained, "but I found it difficult. It didn't come naturally to me. Not like this." She nodded toward the grenade launcher sitting beside her. "Imar didn't make it any easier. He was one of the oldest, and the only male Techian I ever met. I never felt like he gave me an honest chance." Petra paused to consider. Maybe he'd already looked in the future and saw that I'd washed out. "I didn't know exactly how unsuited I was until my sister started her training," Petra continued. "Right away, Pinar and I began having long conversations inside our dreams. We'd talk all night and wake up with full memories of what we'd said. That was the first time I realised how powerful she'd become." Petra lowered her eyes. "Of course, Pinar was Imar's favourite, and the more quickly she progressed, the stronger our shared dreams became. It didn't take long before it was more than just talking. She began to manipulate the dreams, changing locations or her shape. I couldn't keep up. It was like being a passenger in my own head. Her dreams became my nightmares. Petra shook her head, as if dislodging an unwelcome memory. That's when I quit the training, and the dreams stopped. Eventually I found my place in the Corsairs, Petra mused. But part of me wishes I had finished my training as a Techian. If I had, maybe I could still find Pinar out there, in a dream somewhere. She plucked a blade of grass from between the paving stones and tossed it into the breeze. After a pensive moment, Petra focused again on Yolaya. So, my suggestion is to give the training a chance. If it takes, you'll know. And if not, she patted the grenade launcher at her side. We've got plenty of other jobs for you. Duress. Sajari shifted on the wooden operating table. Why must she be the first? She probed the jelly-like substance smeared across her forehead as Elder Carly entered the room. Don't touch that. It's an antiseptic. And a binding agent, Carly said, placing a sizable blue crystal-adorned mask next to an assortment of scalpels, hooks, and erosion stencils on her back table. Each tool was etched with ceremonial iconography and freshly sharpened. Normally, it takes years to become an adept among our ranks, but the Queen's Wrath believes time is short. If you survive, these augments will expedite your training and enhance your abilities. Carly turned away to work a mortar and pestle. You will need to learn to focus under duress. Remove your mind from this place. Sink into the cosmic. Project out from yourself. There is no pain, no flesh, no nerves. Sajari gripped the sides of the operating table and pressed her back flat, until no air existed between her and the surface beneath, until she felt herself a part of it. She told herself to ignore the grinding of the pestle, and thought about how Petra had taught her to use the physical as a transitionary conduit to the Ascendant. Drink this, Carly ordered, handing Sajari a small cup of Queen's foil tea. Sajari opened her eyes and released her grip as her meditation broke. Yes, elder sister. Give me a moment to focus, please, she pleaded, hastily gulping down the tea. You think my voice is sharper than this knife? Carly asked, lifting the scalpel from her back table. Duress. You must push through it if you are to survive. Be strong, or you will die. This is your final test. Sajari drank quickly and pressed herself to the table once more. She focused on her fingertips and the feel of the hand-worked wood. The grain formed diminutive pathways for her nails to trace. Tiny patterns hidden away within the enormity that surrounded them, only revealed by shrinking one's perspective. She let herself drift. Carly threaded the thin metal edge directly to the bone of Sajari's skull. A line of incision opened a wave of red, searing penetration through the layers, overwhelming electrified senses. They gave way to a calming sting in the discordant firing of nerves. A pattern. The texture. The split between what was and what could be. In her mind's eye, Sejari saw the ley lines unfurl like budding petals of a living blossom, nebula-like plumes of pollen. She let herself slip away until the pain of her flesh was only one of many choices before her. Journey. Austin sat in silence with eyes shut. Ley lines swept over her in waves, impulses which she slowly brought into alignment with her own. Entanglement. It was not the first time she had pressed herself into symbiosis with the Ascendant Plane. She'd been through the thoughts of all the sisters in her coven. She had dreamt with Petra and harvested secrets from her, with the Queen's wrath being none the wiser. Austin knew they were meant to save Queen Marasov. They were meant to find her and restore the throne. She had been searching the ley lines for a path to the Queen each night after her training. Her coven sisters lay sleeping all around her body, but her mind flew through countless panes of prismatic glass. As they shattered, she flitted from one plane to the next, catching momentary glimpses of incommunicable wonder. In the distant cosmos far ahead, Austin saw a darkened haze of indecipherable noise. Somewhere, nestled in the ley lines, this shadowed spot was growing. Austin knew Marasov was distant. She knew the Queen had obscured herself from her enemies. Austin had felt a presence reach from the noise toward the dreaming city more than once. Tonight, she would reach back. Austin focused her will on a path to the distant noise, and, as she did so, it was. The way was open, but still so far. She reached out with her physical body, placing a hand in the air before her and splitting the oxygen with her touch. She carved a slit in reality through the molecules of the air, and the path anchored to it at her command. The noise descended upon her, and instantly she was at the precipice. Hand pressed, frozen, paralysed, and awash in insidious whispers that shredded the doorway into open nothing. It tore her consciousness across the cosmos to a grand terrace of onyx swords and emerald flame raining over a red harbour. Fingers reached like blades from distant hollows. Screaming noise upon noise. A lone figure stood on the terrace aside two empty thrones. Testing. Prodding. Tasting. Breeding war. Austin? A familiar voice pried her back into the waking world. Austin? Are you alright? She woke, soaked in sweat and heat. Petra Venge stood over her, gripping her shoulders. Austin struggled to breathe. Her eyes met Petra's. Austin? They'd leave you behind if they knew what you just saw, she thought. Just a nightmare, Austin reassured the Queen's wrath. Thank you for waking me. Ascendancy. Petra Venge was hunched over her workbench, reassembling a rocket launcher, when an odour prompted her to raise her head. The acrid smell lurked just beneath the gun oil and textured rubber. It was familiar, but forbidding, like an uninvited memory. She followed her nose into the hallways of the dreaming city. As the scent grew stronger, she strode with increasing urgency. She rounded a corner and spotted wisps of bitter smoke issuing from under the door to a long disused workshop. Fearing yet another calamity, Petra burst into the room. There, she discovered Sejari, seated cross-legged on the floor amidst a sprawling antique chemistry set. The new Techian turned to face her unexpected visitor. "I'm sorry," she said. "Was I being too loud?" Petra coughed and waved her hand frantically in front of her face. With the door open, the room began to clear. "Are you joking?" Petra fired back. "You're smoking out the whole city. What is that stink?" "Oh," the Techian replied distractedly. "I forgot. Apologies." Petra leaned forward to examine Sejari's face. The new Techian's pupils were shimmery and dilated, as if a tiny nebula swirled inside her eyeballs. Suddenly, Petra realised what the smell was. "Are you trying to brew Queen's foil?" Petra laughed. "I was," Sejari replied, "but I got lost." "You're lucky I came," Petra chided. "Too much of that stuff and you'll leave your mind in the Ascendant Plane." "We need to find the ley lines," Sejari said, as if suddenly recalling her original purpose. "We need to find Queen Mara." "You're right." Petra was suddenly somber. "We do. Queen's foil is a good idea. Keep at it. But next time," she cautioned, wrinkling her nose, "take it to the courtyard." Third String Witches. Petra watched Sadir preside over the 13 of the new Coven. A mixture of pride and a fearful anxiety knotted her stomach, as if the interior of her skin was being tugged into her gut by warm sinew strings. She held the shape of her smile until they had taken their positions within the blind well. Austin, Yelaya, and Sejari formed the core of the party, with the others interlinking in an exterior circle. They situated themselves at key points around a thrumming Wayfinder's compass that bent the air into wild chromatic slurries. The well awakened. They prepared their minds, slipped into meditation, communion in searching. 13 voices spoke as one, and then silence as the well dropped into prisms of glass beneath the novice Coven's feet. Not but a moment ago, they 13 stood within the blind well, hands and minds interlocked. Now they cascaded through a river of possibility, will and intention. It was not long before the connection was made. Queen Mara Sov's voice filled their thoughts, and they drew to it like gravity. The Coven sisters skipped between ley lines, ricocheting from time to place until they found themselves swirling in the whirlpool accretion of a brilliant Celestine goddess, their queen. Not far beyond it, Austin again saw the noise. She kept her eye upon it, while each of her sisters reached out, until the image of Mara Sov manifested and her words found footing in understanding. They focused their will upon her words, and before them, a pale screen of fog and glass gave way into a distant ley line beyond Sol. "You have done well, my Techians," said Mara, stepping from the nothing into their presence. She placed her hand on the Wayfinder's compass. "Take me home." The Coven turned their mind back to the Dreaming City, to safety to Petra. But as they began their return journey through the Ascendant Plane and across the ley lines, they felt the presence of another watching. At the edges of the accretion, a din of distorted noise pursued them. Mara glowered at Austin before turning and raising her palms. With a single word, the ley line shattered behind them, sending a lance of energy through the heart of the noise as they sped away towards the dreaming city. "I will not suffer a bloody mongrel at my heels," whispered Mara. "Keep your focus. She will be back." Austin could feel the noise encircling them again, as it had done to her that night in her bed. It would suffocate them in this dream. Each time the Coven shifted ley lines, so too did the noise. She knew they could not escape it, and through her, so did her sisters. It descended upon them, and as it grew closer, the noise manifested into whispers. Austin's mind could think of nothing but one name: Xivu Arath. She could see the dreaming city, but the image wasn't clear. The sharpness of the connection was darkening. Her sisters felt her worry. They did not have the strength to escape. Their minds aligned on an action. Austin grabbed the compass and placed it in Marasov's hands. "We will ensure your arrival." Each sister shifted her thoughts from the dreaming city to her own corner of the Ascendant Plane, and with a burst of will, they scattered themselves across the ley lines. The noise halted momentarily, and split in every direction to follow them. Queen Marasov crashed to her feet as she connected with the floor of the blind well. "My queen!" Petra looked to the quickly sealing rift from which she fell. "Where are the others?" No backup plans. Austin is thrown out of the ley line onto a piece of flat stone, no bigger than a banquet table. High walls rise on all sides. An impossible place. A hiccup in the ascendant energies. It will do. She measures the space to the far corner of the stone cell, then faces the rippling wall of energy that deposited her there. She thrusts her hands back into the flowing magic, and uses her skills as a Wayfinder to churn the boundaries of the line. Soon, the undertow takes hold, and the activity is enough to draw the attention of anything scrabbling through the darkness. She rests, then reaches again into the swirling magic, feeling for something that does not belong. The outstretched arm of a hive thrall, groping blindly through the turbid energy. With worrying immediacy, she finds one, thin and brittle. Part of it remains shift-bound to an unknown plane. Her hand snaps shut, and she twists, feeling the limb splinter in her grip. The creature shrieks. She steps back, and uses the last of her magic to spread a thin crystal wall across the air in front of her, just as a horde of Xivu Arath's ravenous hive, lured by the sound of suffering, force a breach in the line. They puddle and then pool, forming a deep well as they flow into her trap, held fast by the crush of their compatriots. The clot of ravenous hive builds, their claws scraping against the crystal. Austin sits with her back to the barrier and waits for her queen. Radiant dance machines. Quick-minded Yelaya allows herself to be swept along in the plane's pulsing surge of energy. In the space around her, Xivu Arath's hive growl and click, tearing at the layered magics with their teeth. They can feel she is close. She trails her fingers through the energies, making a broad ripple as she pulls toward a place she found before. when she was groping blindly for a way home. There, she twists in the stream and lets herself become known. Relief colours the air around her, promising the dreaming city, Savathûn held still in stone, vulnerable for the first time in untold billions of years. The hive shriek in triumph, shimmering into focus as they converge on her plane. Yelaya wraps herself in the whisper of a spell and pushes out of the ley line. The roaring hive surge hungrily out of the rupture behind her and tumble into nothing. Dangling from a ribbon of runes, Yelaya watches their long fall onto the distant black stone of a forgotten place. The spell cuts into her hand as she pulls herself back into the stream. She wraps the plane around herself once more, clears her mind, and waits. Nothing Manacles. Sejari drifts face up through the amethyst eddies. She maintains her focus, keeps her mind calm, so that she can stay nestled in the magic flow between places without emerging, without attracting the hive. She can sense them around her, their foul presence charging the ley lines, waiting for a pocket of potential space to materialise. She needs to keep them here, wherever here is, and she doesn't know where she landed after the eruption of energy that threw her from her line. And far from the dreaming city, from Mara. The thought of Mara's return sends a trill of hope through her. She can almost see Mara's face framed in lilac mist. The effect is subtle, but immediate. Gently, the current of the ley line changes course, bringing Sejari back to her queen. With a start, she pushes the thought of Mara out of her conscious mind. She thinks instead of stillness, of the flickering blackness of the bleak plains, of the awful limbo of being trapped between worlds. She desires it, begs for it, and the current obliges. It calms, and Sejari floats aimlessly once more. Better to die in this barren realm than lead the hive back home. Part 1, covering weeks 1 through 4 of the season story. The Comedian. Zavala stared dully at the papers on his desk. Reports splayed out in front of him. Sightings of Osiris moving toward the Dreaming City. Dispatches for Saint 14 and Crow. Reams of dire investigations from Ikora. On page after page, the name Osiris jumped out at him. And then, the name Savathûn. He reached for an older report. Something simpler, buried beneath the damage assessments from the Vex incursion in the Botsa district. The smoke from the attack had barely cleared, but it felt like so long ago. He found Rahul's analysis of the Endless Night. It detailed how the Vex energies pouring from the network blocked the sun, drained the resources of the city. How the pulsing of their particular frequencies made the citizenry paranoid and susceptible to suggestion. Zavala resisted the urge to crumple the report in his fist. Instead, he stood and turned to rest his forehead against the tall window as he closed his eyes. He remembered when he ended Osiris's exile from the city and allowed him to stay in the Annex. He remembered when he spoke with him about the death of Sagira, when he consulted with him on what to do with Crow. when he brought him as counsel to meet with Keitel. And he remembered how, each time, the sun had been shining. The Vanguard declares Osiris a fugitive, believed to be in league with Lakshmi too. Saint 14 volunteered to bring him in, and the Guardian couldn't let him go alone. Osiris' last known location is the Dreaming City.
Guardian, thank you for accompanying me. Ikora issued an order for Osiris' arrest. She has questions about his involvement in Lakshmi's attack on the Elixni. I volunteered to collect him from the Dreaming City, where he now hides. No one will touch Osiris until I know the truth. He has acted rashly in the past, but I have never seen him willingly endanger the city. Something is wrong. I have felt it for some time now. He is distant. Help me bring him home.
The Guardian touches down in the Dreaming City.
I am making way through the opposite flank from you. The hive are swarming. We will be as the mighty crabs of old and pincer them. Break their lines and meet me at Osiris' signal. Geppetto says there's another ghost nearby. Lightbearer, reveal yourself.
That would be me.
What are you doing here, Borg brother? Did Zavala not send you away?
Osiris called me for help. With all these hive around, I can see why. This reeks of Zebu Arath.
He called you? No, go home. This is not your fight to take, it is mine.
You can't keep him in a cage, Saint. You're not the only one who cares about him.
Lectures? You know nothing. Osiris is not himself, and I will be the one to bring him back.
Still fumbling around in the overworld, old light? There's an awoken device near you. It should let you slip into the Ascendant Plane and get you closer to Osiris.
Crow and I used them to hide from Reefborn.
Stalk. We were stalking, not hiding.
Taken portals, awoken dimensions. Fine. Go, Guardian. Take the crow's path.
The Ascendant Plane should skirt you past the Hive's barricades. Just be sure to mind the Taken. Word to the wise. Bringing down Quria left the Taken rattled. I don't think Savathun has control of them anymore.
No matter. My bullets do not know the difference. Guardian, many Taken signals falling on you.
A big Wrathborn headed your way too.
Be brave. Osiris is not far ahead.
Kelgarath, risen from bones, ambushes the Guardian. The Guardian defeats Kelgarath.
I am not far ahead of you, Guardian. We converge on Osiris' signal.
Then we'll see each other soon. Crow out.
Whatever happens, friend, we cannot lose him. Even if I do not understand, I must believe his actions have purpose.
The Guardian returns to the Dreaming City. Crow approaches Mara.
I had hoped you'd find your way back.
I'm a bit lost, actually. But this feels familiar. Do I know you?
Osiris? You must come home. Answer for what you have done. The Vanguard will show mercy.
Yes. Ikora and Commander Zavala are nothing if not generous. Queen Mara, look how they've welcomed the crow into their flock.
It isn't too late. You can still be forgiven.
Be careful. I'll hold you to it.
Savathun reveals herself. Mara encases Savathun in a crystal prison.
Where is Osiris?
Lower your weapons. Osiris still lives.
You trust this thing?
This thing and I have come to an agreement. You need only cooperate.
What is it?
I am Savathun, the Witch Queen, sister of shapes, deepest in the hive, coven, etc., etc. My sister Xivu Arath hunts me on behalf of another. I wish only to be free, and Mara Salve has graciously agreed to help.
And Osiris?
Sweet that you should care, little bird. I have been Osiris for as long as you have known him. But rest assured, I will return him safely to you, in exchange for your assistance.
Queen of lies! Pray this is the one time you are telling truth. The Vanguard must know what has happened here. Stay, Guardians. I will go.
Someone once told me that the line between light and dark is very thin. Walk it alongside me. For Osiris. This will guide you. A powerful relic of awoken design. Take it, and return to your helm.
The Guardian returns to the helm and enters the newly opened Awoken Wing, where a message from Mara Sov awaits.
Approach, Guardian. Believe me when I tell you that I did not know of Savathun's deception until she arrived in the Dreaming City. She offered me a bargain. If I exercise her worm, she will release Osiris and help us defeat the Black Fleet. I recognize the risk. Her inevitable betrayal is all but a guarantee. But without her worm, Savathun is vulnerable, unprotected by the security of her throne world. Mortal. To separate Savathun from the parasite inside her, I need Techians, skilled awoken mystics. Few still live. Most were lost guiding my return to the Dreaming City when Xivu Arath ambushed us. But I can still feel their minds. The mystic compass you hold will reveal pathways to each lost Techion. Relight the pathways of the Ascendant Plane, and guide my people back to me. My wrath, Petravenge, will brief you further.
Queen Mara has already told you we must recover our lost Techions in order to free Savathun from her servitude to the worm gods. I will tell you how. Imagine the universe as a set of coins, stacked, one on top of the other. The top coin is our reality. The bottom, the Ascendant Plane. Between them lies an intermeshing of ever-shifting pathways, known as ley lines. Almost all the ancient pathways are now defunct, but beings of paracausal ability can navigate and rebuild them. This is the art of wayfinding. We know our lost Techions are stranded somewhere among the ley lines, and they're leaving us markers to follow. I'm forwarding you the coordinates to the first marker. It should tell us which ley line to look in. Then we'll use the blind well to tear open a rift and send you through to find them. Xivu Arath is desperate to capture her sister. Her forces, which now include the Taken, will attempt to stop you at every turn. Listen, I know your crow intends to accompany you. Mara also wants him close. Our Techions went to retrieve Queen Mara on my orders. This can't fail. Not because of him.
In the activity Astral Alignment, the Guardian's primary objective is to realign the Blind Well with the Awoken Leyline network.
Welcome back to the Blind Well, Guardian. It enables transit between this reality and the Ascendant Plane, using paracausal ley lines. Unfortunately, this gate opens both ways. Xivu Arath, Hive God of War, is trying to secure it for an invasion of the Dreaming City, so she can capture Savathun. We must hold this location at all costs. Glad to have you along, Guardian. Xivu Arath's forces have infested this area. Their taken rifts are destabilizing the ley lines, making alignment impossible. Hold off the Taken as best you can. Once their leadership arrives, put them down and bank their Taken essence. That should close the rifts and secure the area.
Just like streams of water, ley lines can be polluted. Xivu Arath will use them to poison the Blind Well if she can. Stay vigilant.
There's Scorn inbound. It's unclear whether they're coordinating with Xivu Arath's forces or just taking advantage of the chaos. We can't risk them poisoning the Blind Well with dark ether. Let's clear them out. Good work shutting down the Scorn, Guardian.
The timing of their mission is suspicious. Is this coordination with Xivu Arath, or mere coincidence?
We need to replace the batteries that charge the Blind Well's energy regulators. But first, we need to secure the area. Luckily for us, the batteries are charged with paracausal energy. They'll give you a useful aura against our enemies. It will take strength and teamwork to get this done, Guardian. Good luck. Hold off the hostiles until we gain access to the batteries. Once they appear, you'll have to install them manually. They're extremely heavy, so I suggest you work together.
Feels good to be back in the fight. I've been on the sidelines for too long.
From what I saw, the Guardian did all the work. Xivu Arath is sending her strongest lieutenants to secure the Blind Well. We can't allow them to establish a beachhead for the Hive.
Well done, Guardian. The Reefborn thank you. If we are to survive the coming storm, the Tower and the Dreaming City must stand united.
We'll hold the Blind Well together. As we open more ley lines, we can start exfiltrating our lost Techians.
Once my Coven is reassembled, we'll exorcise Savathun's worm and put an end to her lies. Once and for all.
Successful astral alignment brings the Shattered Realm closer to the material plane, weakening the barriers between them. The Guardian finds ascendant anchors, stitches between the ascendant plane and the material that Techians leave behind to help them find their way home, were a ley line to collapse, and data in the form of parallax trajectory to find the specific coordinates of a lost Techian. The Guardian's efforts are eventually rewarded. A lost Techian has been located. Their position isn't exact, but it has been localized to a ley line within the Shattered Realm. The Ascendant Plane awaits.
Behind the curtain of the universe lies the Ascendant Plane. Here, causality meets consciousness, and worlds are born. Go. Find our lost Techians and bring them home. There is a malevolent force at work in this plane, Guardian. I can feel it slithering like black water over stones.
The Guardian explores the Shattered Realm and uses the awoken beacons to home in on the lost Techian and save them from Xivu Arath's forces.
That's the last beacon. Xivu Arath's forces are converging on the area.
How did these tech witches come to be lost in the Ascendant Plane?
They were my escorts, ferrying me home from the far-off reaches. Xivu Arath found us in transit.
The far-off reaches of where? How did Xivu find you? Do you not have more witches?
You ask too many questions.
Yes, it is how I understand things, and I am owed answers.
Then I hope you'll soon become accustomed to mystery.
The ley lines are degrading, polluted with taken corruption and hive spellcraft. But it is primal cosmic forces that govern the ley lines. The next opportunity to track down a lost Techian might not arrive for a few more days, as conditions must be perfect to open a pathway for the next rescue mission. In this period of downtime, Savathun wishes to converse with her friend, the Guardian. You. She is somehow aware that Mara Sov has granted the Guardian access to her crystal prison, and the Guardian sets off to see what information the Witch Queen might let slip. Though it is not without its risks, as Savathun weaves lies and deceit with ease.
I am at your mercy, Guardian. This construct protects me from those who wish me harm, from my worm's hunger. But it is a prison, too. Quite elegant, don't you think? I have only one regret, and that is how long it took me to reveal myself to you. I see your synapses firing, a specimen scarred by skepticism. They call me a liar, but we share mutual interests, you and I. If you believe anything I tell you, believe in that. Now, let me show you a different interpretation of the truth. Who is Savathun, you ask? You already know. Oh, Guardian mine. I am your friend. I tried to protect you from the Black Fleet. You called it interference. Don't worry. I was not offended. Instead, I found a form more pleasing to your eyes. Osiris was lost. Lightless. I saved him from Xivu Arath and assumed his shape so I could guide your victory against her. I ferried the reborn prince to your city so he could be redeemed. I protected Zavala from Kaido's ambitions, ending a war before it could even begin. I delivered the House of Light on its knees to Ikora. I unmasked the enemies lurking inside your city's walls and destroyed them. You may disagree with my methods, but you can't argue with results. I am no villain, and you are no hero. We are paracausal.
Savathun's deception, concealing herself as Osiris and manipulating the Vanguard, has left the city rattled. Ikora calls the Guardian to meet with her. It seems she blames herself for not recognizing an imposter in their midst sooner.
This is my fault. I invited her in. I convinced Zavala that we needed Osiris by our side. A dark pit looked back every time I met his eyes, and I told myself it was his grief. Savathun knew she could use that. The city is the last place Xivu Arath would have searched for her. Now, Saint is tearing the system apart, looking for the real Osiris. You and Crow will need to take point with the Awoken. I don't like it, but he wants to help, and he's earned some trust. It's his decision. We're in a downpour of revelation. I've been trying to analyze every drop of information, as if I could isolate them before they're washed away. There's so much I need to reevaluate, so much I need to do. Interrogate the Witch Queen while we have a captive audience. Our enemies often flirt with arrogance when they believe they've won. See if she'll let her true intentions slip.
A little later, the Guardian overhears a conversation between Ikora and Mara Sov.
And you're certain she's contained?
Certainty is a necessity. It is your doubts we should fear, with Savathun among us.
Be straight with me.
Remember who you are speaking to. I hold all the keys to all your futures. I would not let them dangle carelessly without attention.
Savathun's never been a one-track type of opponent. She's playing you.
We are not the same, Ikora. This is a plan long set in motion. She is contained and soon to be dead.
Was Osiris's capture part of your plan then? Sagira's death?
Navigating the future is not always clear.
If you're willing to sacrifice my people for your plans, how can I be sure you'll wait to see Osiris returned before slitting the Witch Queen's throat?
I mourn for Sagira. I have every intention to see Osiris returned safely. It's more than you did for me. If my assurances mean nothing to you, let me offer a warning instead. You are following your doubts into Savathun's trap.
Your arrogance might kill another one of my friends, if he isn't dead already.
Had I more wishes, things would not be as they are.
Had you more wishes, they'd be much worse.
Ripples. Ambush. Keitel stands on the bridge of her flagship, 6 destroyer-class warcraft at her flanks. Weeks of intelligence and a handful of dead spies have brought her to a single point in space. This moment of opportunity. A massive, reinforced viewport extends from beneath her feet to the ceiling of the bridge. Through it, dead still azure banners obscure the distant awoken reef. From Keitel's perspective, it appears as a slurry of glitz and dust to be swept away at her command. An idea her advisors spoke of all too frequently. Their soft conflict with one city had left some eager for a decisive victory in another. It was a distraction. In the space between Keitel and the reef, just beyond the unmoving banners, Malachite licked wisps of intent tear open the space between her and the shimmering dust. Long black spindles of hive workmanship pierced the rift first, preceding a massive tomb carrier twice the size of her flagship. Keitel addresses her bridge officers.
Wait until they're through and cannot flee.
Her destroyers take up flanking positions opposite of her own as Keitel orders her flagship to maneuver above the massive tomb carrier. When the rift shuts, the order comes over Cabal comms.
Strike.
The 6 destroyers spring their diversionary attack. Keitel feels the pressure waves from their silent cannons wash over her as their shells detonate. Tomb Carrier and Cabal Warcraft exchange a harrowing gauntlet of ordnance. The diversion is working.
Point us straight at their midsection. Launch ballister crews.
Keitel barks.
Inform me when they've taken the bridge.
Emerald flare wells deep in the Tomb Carrier's main gun, like a brewing cauldron lined with obsidian teeth. The barrel, a massive column of vertebrae from some leviathan creature, ignites with 10,000 hive runes. The Tomb Carrier belches streams of malefic flame that effortlessly obliterates 2 spearheading Cabal destroyers. Keitel steps forward in horror as their hulls erupt in a series of soul fire explosions.
Don't let that gun fire again! Protect our destroyers!
She pivots to her navigation office.
Bring the ship to minimum jump speed. Full power to the mains.
Keitel thrusts a finger at the Tomb Carrier.
Engage the Ares ram and prepare for impact.
The flagship hurtles toward the Tomb Carrier, unleashing a full salvo of cannons and warheads to soften the carrier's carapace. Keitel turns to a bridge crew legionary as the Tomb Carrier rapidly expands in the viewpoint behind her.
Fetch my shield.
On the other side of the reef, Queen Mara Sov watches through a dreaming city aperture as the battle unfolds on her borders. The inscrutable expression on her face twists with each distant explosion. Petra wishes the small tensing motions would give some indication of what her queen was thinking. Instead, she sees only the cold stare of one predator assessing the size and strength of another. Petra looks to the knife Mara is idly toying with, and notices a detail she hadn't before. A pair of kestrels etched into the blade, wings intertwined, linework so fine that she has to squint to recognize their silhouettes. Petra frowns. "My queen?" she asks, but Mara does not shift her attention from the battle. Keitel's wargames will keep Xivu Arath occupied while we focus on recovering our lost Techians, Mara says. She uses the point of the knife to trace the longest line along her palm. Neither will be able to launch a full-scale attack on the Dreaming City while the other is at her throat. "Savathun first," ventures Petra. Mara's stoic facade cracks. She looks down at the blade, at the twin kestrels, and sees something in her own reflection that unsettles her. "Savathun first," she agrees, sheathing the weapon so she doesn't have to think about it. Chrysura Melo. There's a saying among con artists. Half the fun is showing the mark which cup hid the ball before you take their money. Savathun understands. In her crystalline prison, she reflects on all her surreptitious winks and little nods. The risks taken, and the boundaries pushed to keep herself entertained and her worm fed. Before, Osiris stumbles as he walks through the last city. Beneath his robes, something erupts in a frenzy of motion. He pauses to compose himself, and then walks on, trailing careless spatters of black fluid. Before, Osiris watches the Crucible match unfold. He does not cheer for either opponent. When a ghost appears to revive the defeated warrior, Osiris leans forward in careful study. When Saint places a hand on his forearm, Osiris holds impossibly still, just to see what the other man will do. Before, Osiris sits by the campfire as Crow and the Guardian share a drink. Osiris watches them with rapt attention. Crow is laughing. He passes the bottle, and Osiris, hands numb, puzzles at it. His mouth hangs in a half-smile before he takes a long drink, slaking a bone-deep thirst. Before, Osiris takes a shaky step forward. The High Celebrant howls in the catacombs, and he hears his sister's voice buried in its roar. He feels his heart beating in his chest, and is so enraptured by the sensation that he forgets to be frightened. Before, Savathun, physical form a twisting instar, emerges from the shadows and crawls over the shattered pieces of the ghost. She reaches toward the ruined man. Before, Savathun squeezes through the calcified channels of ascendant energy and manifests within the dangling Ahamkara skull. The man standing below the netting senses her appearance. His light flares as he draws his weapon with impossible speed. She has only a moment. She pushes her face down through the ropes, opens her mouth, and sings. The man stops, then slowly holsters his weapon. He turns, crosses his arms, and forgets. She melts awkwardly back into the skull as best she can, though a tangle of spindly elbows, licorice black, still juts from its sockets. She turns her attention to her quarry across the gap, and hums her song softly to mask herself. Soon, the man below begins to hum along with her. She smiles. Wolftone Draw. The slithering dark is cold against my face. I cannot speak, cannot breathe. I reach for Sagira, but then I remember. I form a fist but feel nothing. I am bound, and as I thrash, the images cut vicious through my mind. Someone, the awoken prince, he helps me to my feet, but still I struggle in the dark, and now she is standing, thanking him. But she uses my voice. My voice. She has stolen my form, my voice, but someone will see my failure and cast her out. They must. A glimmer of sunlight. How long has it been? Zavala looks at me, at her, considers her words, poison cloaked in wisdom. I cry out, he must know. Zavala, listen, listen, you know me. You know not to. The smell of night flowers. I am walking. She is walking through a moonlit garden. And there is Ikora, speaking, laughing, nodding. Look, Ikora, look at me. Don't you see it? Pay attention. Pay attention. I taught you better than this. A woman, an exo, sits before me and sways, eyes vacant. But inside, she is sinking as well. Now her voice, her true voice, humming, a gyre of sound, and the exo sways faster and faster. I hear his voice, and push to the surface. Saint? No, 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 I scream, but there is no sound. He looks into her eyes. He smiles. He reaches for me, but it is not me. Saint, that is not me. Please, please. I am weeping, but I cannot weep. I am nothing. Only heat and hate. Only sickness and shame. Trust me. I hear my voice say, and I drown again. Peacebond. Each passing moment is marked by the click of an analog timer on the wall. When the pressure gauge reaches 100%, the timer releases a final click, and the airlock doors grind open in the hangar bay. Lord Saladin tucks his helmet under his arm and marches inside. He is met by banners of blue and white ringing the walls, each bearing the crest of Keitel's empire, the Cabal Ascendancy. A pair of blue-armoured phalanxes greet Saladin at the entrance with raised rifles, but the Iron Lord strides past without a glance. The phalanxes slowly lower their rifles and turn towards a heavily armoured Valis approaching from the other side of the hangar.
You come alone?
Valis Orok bellows, reaching up to wrench his helmet off. A pressurized hiss escapes as the environmental seal breaks.
You are bold, Commander.
Lord, Saladin corrects as he closes the distance between them. My title is Iron Lord. Valis Orok comes to a stop, looking down at Saladin with narrowed eyes.
Iron Lord Saladin?
He tests the unfamiliar words with gnashing teeth.
You are bold.
I'm not here for flattery or your formal processions, Saladin rebukes, now within arm's reach of the Valis. Saladin looks up at him, unafraid, undeterred. How do you want to do this? The Valis locks eyes with Saladin, then snorts loudly and rumbles with appreciative laughter.
I have a war room,
he says in a more conversational tone. No more boasts, no more chest beating.
We are tracking the movements of Hive ships in the vicinity of the Mars anomaly.
There have been developments in the Dreaming City regarding Xivu Arath you should be aware of, Saladin replies. Lead the way. A week has passed since Savathun was first imprisoned, and the Guardian is once again summoned to the helm for an audience with Queen Mara.
I know you have reservations about my arrangement with Savathun. I feel it in your heart. For all her clever machinations, the Witch Queen did not anticipate your success in stopping Quria, or the Endless Night. Her schemes unravel, and now she needs my protection from Xivu Arath, from the Worm Gods, from you. I have already learned much by observation. The Taken pursued her here. Taken she once controlled. Taken that now serve a new master. Or, if Savathun is to be believed, their original master. Not her brother, Oryx, but something far older. She fears it. It commands Xivu Arath to conquer the Ascendant space surrounding the Dreaming City, to use the Taken in her campaign against us. For now, Savathun claims that without the Taken, she cannot break the curse she placed on the Dreaming City. She thinks she can entice me with these half-truths and secret temptations, but she underestimates the lengths to which I will go to correct the past.
Once more, the Guardian returns to the Dreaming City to complete the astral alignment, to secure access to the Shattered Realm.
The attacks against the Blind Well have become stronger lately.
Is Xivu Arath trying to rescue Savathun?
Xivu Arath has plans for her sister. They do not involve a rescue.
If the Taken can use the Ascendant Plane to attack the Blind Well, why not just seal it off once and for all?
Ceding control of the ley lines would cut us off from Queen Mara's throne world.
And losing Eleusinia would end all hope of one day lifting the curse on the Dreaming City.
You can carry a lot of weight, Petra. I'm impressed.
I've had no choice. For years, the Dreaming City rested on my shoulders. We've got to prevent the Scorn from poisoning the ley lines. Destroy the ether before they can harvest it.
Are we sure there's no way to save that ether? I know a lot of Elixni on the shore who could really use it.
This is no time for sympathy. We're here to save the Dreaming City, not the Elixni. Good work shutting down the Scorn, Guardian.
The timing of their mission is suspicious. Is this coordination with Xivu Arath, or mere coincidence?
We've got Taken incoming. Secure your compass before they arrive.
Petra, I heard you used to be a Corsair. That's like what? The elite Awoken Special Forces?
Yes. Before I became part of the Queen's Guard.
Ah, that means now you mainly guard the Queen?
It means anyone who threatens Queen Mara, or the Reef, will have to deal with me.
Makes sense. I don't plan on doing either of those things, so I should be fine. So, Petra, we Guardians have this tradition. It started with a good friend. Drinks after a successful operation.
What makes you think, even for a moment, I'd be interested in that?
Because you seem like you could use a break? Maybe blow off a little steam?
No.
But you haven't even heard where... Petra? Hello?
Must be a bad signal.
With the alignment completed and a fresh batch of ascendant anchors and parallax trajectory collected, they return to the Shattered Realm to find another lost Techion.
Align the beacons, Guardian, and signal the way home.
Be mindful when navigating for the beacons, Guardian, lest you wind up lost as well. The Taken infest every corner of the Ascendant Plane I've seen, like the tendrils of some great fungus, ever spreading. I've never seen the Taken, Scorn, and Hive coordinate like this before. It's troubling. It's done. The beacons are in alignment, and Xivu Arath's forces are in retreat. Let's bring our lost sister home.
There's something about this place that's just... I can't shake the feeling of dread. Like something out of a bad dream. And not just the time the High Celebrant threw me in that pit. It's like this place is haunting me.
Or you're haunting it. The Ascendant Plane is as much what you bring to it as it is what you see.
Ley lines. Why is this the first I've heard of them? Savathûn never mentioned them. Not even when we were hunting Xivu Arath's High Celebrant through the Ascendant Plane.
We awoken understand many forgotten cosmic truths. The existence of ley lines is but one. Savathûn knows of them too. But you expected the Witch Queen to tell you the truth. Don't be so naive, my darling.
What did you call me?
The Guardian saves another Techion. They return to the awoken wing of the helm, where Savathûn is eagerly waiting their next conversation.
I knew you'd be back. I'm so glad we get to talk. You and that charming little ghost of yours, you're not like the rest. You're not afraid of my words. Words are just thoughts given shape. Ideas emerging into the physical world, birthed by a mouth. Not good or evil, not light or dark, or this or that. And you understand, don't you? Despite the excruciatingly binary worldview of those around you. You don't have to say it. We've all heard it before. The line between light and dark is so very thin. As if you were incapable of lifting your eyes from a scroll of chalk on the ground. The traveler in the light near one foot, your old enemies and the darkness at the other. Let me tell you a secret. If you ever want to see what's been watching you since the very beginning, just stand on that line and look up.
Shortly afterwards, the Guardian catches a broadcast from Saint 14 over the radio.
Osiris, I will not abandon you. As I speak these, Guardians of the city patrol across the system searching for you. I am searching for you. No amount of hive spawn or Savathûn's trickery will stand between us. You will see freedom. You will return. It is not your way to die. Wait for me, as I did for you. You have never practiced patience, but hold on a few moments more.
Saint?
Have the Hidden found him?
Saint, you don't have to broadcast these live.
I see. This is true.
Geppetto can establish a repeating signal. It will forward any response directly to you. Besides, I could use you in the field.
Yes. I am, if nothing else, useful.
More than that, you are needed.
I knew it was not him, but I would not listen to my heart.
Compassion can be abused. Optimism has its pitfalls. Flaws don't make them worthless. Even lies can be learned from.
Do not worry. I think I will not be using compassion next time Savathun stands before me.
No, I think we have a whole different set of emotions to deal with that moment. Osiris is out there. We will find him.
Ripples. The Pigeon and the Splicer. Saint 14 sits with his ghost, Geppetto, in his grey pigeon jumpship.
You do not want me to go alone?
You should not go alone, Brother Saint. The system is in a volatile state. Saint sighs.
There is not a guardian in the tower who does not wish to ask me about Osiris. I cannot, Geppetto.
Then do not ask a guardian, Geppetto presses. Mithrax is finishing repairs on a shank when he sees Saint 14 transmat into the Botsa district. He watches the Saint greet a pair of Elixni, startled by his materialization. He watches the Guardian bow, and the Elixni hesitantly bow back. Saint 14 catches Mithrax's gaze and extends an arm toward him, as if asking permission to enter his workshop. It is not needed. Mithrax stands and welcomes Saint 14 as he crosses the threshold.
They'll ask,
Saint manages. Mithrax chatters.
They'll ask, Saint. And may we speak alone?
Of course. Mithrax shuts and latches a door clearly transplanted from a catch.
Speak freely. I would not normally come to you asking for favors,
Saint says, pacing.
House Light will aid you if we are able.
The Saint nods to himself.
Osiris, the real Osiris. Savathun took his form and hid him away, or so she says.
Mithrax bows his head.
The true Osiris is innocent? All is not as dire as we presumed. So it would seem. I need to find Osiris. I want to take away the Witch Queen's leverage. When she is broken, the Reef Queen can have her.
Saint growls.
Mara Sov has returned.
Mithrax drags sharply on his rebreather.
Grand pieces are in motion. How do I assist? I am searching for the exact spot Sagira fell. Savathun captured him there. I know it,
Saint says.
The name Sagira was spoken often in House of Wolves, with respect. House Dusk told all houses Sagira fell on Earth's moon, but I know not where. May she find peace in the light. She is missed.
Saint holds a moment in reverence.
Osiris's last transmission was from beneath the moon's surface, but the pyramid's interference made it impossible to determine the exact location. It is too large an area to search. Hive machines are without spirits. Morbid constructs a Splicer's gauntlet cannot access for information.
Mithrax says apologetically.
But I wish to help the Saint, as the Saint helped Mithrax and House Light. Then your company would be appreciated as I search.
Mithrax is lost in thought momentarily, before his eyes sharpen.
The Vex on Europa kept records of defeated Guardians, and likely ghosts. It may be possible to find Sagira's gravesite using their network. What?
Saint exclaims.
Perhaps it is their proximity to darkness that causes them to do so. But Mizrax has seen such records. As I explored their network for knowledge to affix Splicer technology to Guardian arms. You sound like a warlock, so I trust you. Show me how we do this. Europa,
Saint mutters.
Could we not have gone somewhere warmer?
He asks, dismounting his ram sparrow on a cliff overlooking the Asterian abyss.
I am used to simulated sun of Mercury.
Mithrax dismounts beside Saint.
Vex apertures on Europa afford unique opportunity. We seek an invitation into that opportunity.
Saint rolls his shoulders.
We crush Vex's mind and use its brain like key. Yes, this is not news to me. You forget I spent many years in Infinite Forest. A brutal but apt description.
Mithrax chitters to himself.
We will have to draw out a Vex mind. The override integration here remains active. The light provides. You splice computer hole? I crush the mind.
Saint starts to walk forward, but then halts abruptly.
Do not drop me into computer hole. Mizrax will warn the Saint first. You better.
Saint turns to the Elixir.
I joke about the cold, light friend, but I am glad to have you here. I share in your glad, Saint.
They walk together. Swiftly, Mithrax forges the integration. As they come under fire, a violet refuge takes hold around him. He stands within the Saint's ward, fearless and with clear sight. The Vex are numerous. They too know the Saint. He lives up to their records. The mind is broken. Vulpecula. Empress Keitel brooded over a holographic display of the dreaming city. The map was marked with bombardment targets, landing zones, and forward operating bases, which had been decided by an emergency convention of her military advisors. Now, all that remained was for the Empress to order the attack. Tarun entered quietly, carrying a datapad. She stamped her foot lightly to announce her presence. Keitel did not look up.
As a princess,
the Empress said,
I heard many stories of the Awoken from my father's Mythkeeper. Stories of spaces beyond time. Of the dragons that bend reality. Stories of a whole city built by wishes.
She sliced the air with her tusks in annoyance.
It would be a waste to destroy it. But perhaps a strategic necessity.
Tarun bent both knees slightly and held up the datapad, indicating a discovery.
Lord Saladin approached us on behalf of the Vanguard. He confirms what we already suspected. Savathun, the Witch Queen, is in the Dreaming City. A captive?
Keitel looked up. Tarun thought she detected a concealed note of hopefulness in the ruler's tone.
It's unclear.
Tarun clicked her teeth in equivocation.
Informants on the ground report that she's confined, but the Scions insist she travelled there of her own free will to escape Ziva Arath. A voluntary prisoner.
Keitel glowered.
This smells of hive trickery. It does, my Empress.
Tarun lowered her brow in deference to her ruler's mood.
However, Mara Sov is powerful, and no stranger to subterfuge. It's fair to assume that she has a plan in place. So does Savathun.
Keitel clicked off the holographic display. Darkness rushed into the room. Tarun could see the consequences of such a decision weighing heavily on her ruler's brow. Then, suddenly, the weight lifted. The Empress had decided.
Have Lord Saladin return to Zavala with a message.
Wayfinder's Compass. Borrowed a Wayfinder's compass. It keeps leading me to places that are almost familiar, but there are missing pieces. I tell Glint I feel drawn here when he asks. I know he doesn't buy it, but he doesn't want to call me a liar. It's pretty deep in the caves. I found a shard of glass, stained with queen's foil. Sniffing the glass made my mouth flare with menthol. Smelled nostalgic. That's the only way I can explain it. A compass keeps leading me around here, but only for a few weeks at a time. I feel like I know which weeks it'll be before the compass tries to bring me here. It's like an internal clock going off. I saw a Taken wizard disappear in thin air. I feel like I should know why, but it's buried beneath a fog. I'll keep looking and see if it clears up. Waking up on that gravestone was like carving a border through my brain. Sometimes I feel like things cross over it, one way or the other. But it blurs, and I'm not sure if it's something new or just new to this me. I remember standing here, making a wish. I don't know if it was before or... I just know that it's something I started doing, or kept doing, back when I first became a light bearer. I'd flick coins off the cliff and whisper little wishes. Nothing big, just little stuff I thought I could get away with. Seems less silly now that I know about the Ahamkara. There's this spot near the spine of Keres. Big guy, that Keres, carrying the whole dreaming city on his back. Her back? Every day I realise how little I actually know. No one seems keen on filling in the blanks. Anyway, it feels right. Like home. Glint keeps telling me that there's some kind of palace hidden underneath the dreaming city, but I just see more mist. Jumping might be a good idea. The worst it could do is kill me. Maybe I'll see something useful on my way down. Glint disagrees. There's something wrong happening here. When I touch the stone architecture, it feels hollow. Not physically, but like it's an imitation of what it used to be. I don't like how familiar that feels. I think I can hear voices. I was standing in the bay for a long time before I figured it out. All these places, they're gateways. Not the only ones, I think. The Queen's foil does the trick. Thanks, Glint. The taste is... well, it's still disgusting, still nostalgic. What does it say about me if I'm starting to like it? Now I just need to get enough so I can map out all of these secret paths. Time to go hunting. The third week since Savathun was imprisoned begins, and the Guardian returns to the helm to talk to Queen Mara.
We awoken were born of light and dark. Our perspective on the universe is a complex one. The light is not inherently good, as your warlords of the Dark Age so clearly demonstrated. In spite of Zavala's preconceptions, darkness is not inherently evil. Some among you already discovered this on Europa, In my travels, I have seen true evil. It is the worm gods that the Hive serve. It is the Black Fleet, waiting to strike. It is the entity that commands them all. The voice in the darkness. These creatures are not evil because they wield darkness. They are evil because, like Savathun and Xivu Arath, they are cruel, hateful things with no regard for the lives of others. Some might say that includes me as well. I will let history be the judge of my guilt. Before that judgment is cast, I will see my Techians returned. Perhaps with them I can save us all.
Once more, the Guardian returns to the Dreaming City to complete the astral alignment and secure access to the Shattered Realm.
Xivu Arath must be terrified of what Savathun might say.
She's not the only one. I sense the same fear from you. I heard so many stories about the Scorn during my time with Spider, but never how they came to be.
How things came to be is less important than accepting them for what they are. Just like streams of water, ley lines can be polluted. Xivu Arath will use them to poison the blind well if she can. Stay vigilant. Taken forces gather at the edges of this reality. They are coming.
Mara. Queen Mara, are you there?
Always.
I met an Awoken once who called me Reefborn. Said it was because of how I spoke and moved. I didn't really know what that meant until I met you.
I am not Reefborn.
Oh, I just assumed... I'm sorry. Forgive me. Every time I come to the Dreaming City, it feels like I never left.
Perhaps something here calls to you. Something deeper than identity. Deeper than memory.
Guardians leave their past behind by necessity, and by choice. We can only be one person at a time.
To my point, identities may change, but the person behind them remains the same.
Whoever I was felt at home here. But I'm not him anymore. The tower is my home now. I've been to the Dreaming City before, but I don't know if I've ever really taken time to appreciate it until now.
There is so much more than you've seen. And all of that, it pales to what resides in the distributary. You could stay, if you wanted. I could show you.
I'm not sure the Vanguard would... I don't know.
There's no need to decide now. Think it over. You deserve to know your people's history.
With the alignment completed, and a fresh batch of ascended anchors and parallax trajectory collected, they return to the Shattered Realm to find another lost Techian.
Journey forth, Guardian, and be bold.
Tread lightly, Guardian. This realm is still very much a mystery. We have no idea what else is out there. Now we know what Xivu Arath was planning for her Wrathborn armies. She intends to conquer the Ascendant Plane. I wonder if the Scorn's presence here has anything to do with Callus's horrific experiments aboard the Glykon.
It's done. The beacons are in alignment, and Xivu Arath's forces are in retreat. Let's bring our lost sister home.
Why are we working with Savathun? Is it the trick where we lie and kill her instead?
Because sometimes you have to take risks to do what's important. Like stopping Xivu Arath.
And save Osiris, yes. You trust her?
I don't know. Maybe. I want to. I don't suppose you've tried beating his location out of her?
No one lets me get close enough to do so, but I will keep trying.
The Guardian saves another Techian. Their reward for their hard work is news that Crow has been trying to speak with Savathun alone. He believes he is owed an explanation, and grows tired of people putting roadblocks in front of him. Petrovenge thinks Savathun will manipulate Crow. The Guardian sets off for the helm to try and mitigate the situation.
Osiris was like family to me.
You've never even met him.
I know. Just let me speak to Savathun, please.
No. I won't give that witch another chance to dig her claws into you.
Maybe she's right, Crow.
You know I am. Savathun is already in your head. You're a liability to the mission.
Why do you have such a problem with me, Petra? 5 minutes, that's all I'm asking.
The Queen of the Reef forbids it.
Well, I don't take commands from the Queen of the Reef.
Savathun unraveled the Dreaming City with a single wish. I've spent years trying to contain that mistake. Better men than you died because of it.
To my ear, it sounds like you're the liability. Maybe your queen's trust in you was misplaced.
Petra pulls a knife out and thrusts it towards Crow's throat.
A knife against a hunter? I'd be more careful who you pick fights with.
Another step, and my Corsairs will have to prepare you a second grave.
Save it for the Hive, both of you. This isn't getting us anywhere.
Petra steps back and sheathes the knife.
Thank you. We could all probably use a minute to cool off.
Crow walks off and transmats away.
Oh no.
Glint follows Crow.
Keep both eyes on that one.
Petra steps through the awoken portal and returns to Mara. The Guardian takes a break from the drama to meet once more with Savathun.
You can't stop the inevitable. No one can, though Petra Van seems perfectly willing to try. I've always sympathized with Crow, you know. All the kind words I shared with him as Osiris were sincere. I know what it's like to be in exile. To be hated for things outside of your control. It would be better for Crow if we talked. I want to explain why I did what I did. I want him to know that my affection is true, because the less he knows, the more vulnerable he is. Doomed to be strung along by false promises from supposed benefactors. But then again, I'm the one trapped in the crystal prison. What do I know?
That Crow might be vulnerable has the ring of truth to it. The Guardian's ghost mentioned that Glint knows that Crow wonders why the Guardian is trusted with Savathun and he is not, and that in the absence of an explanation, it's only a matter of time before tensions snap. The Guardian desires to speak to Crow before he does anything rash.
Venge thinks I'm vulnerable, and I'm supposed to just take a seat? Like I was the only one fooled by Savathun wearing Osiris' skin? You'd known him far longer than I thought I had, but I don't see her forbidding you from speaking to her. Because it's not about me. It's about who I was, isn't it? Every time the Vanguard tells me that things will get better, I thank them, as if it's a privilege not to be beaten to death. Our past lives aren't supposed to matter. I'm beginning to wonder why I'm the only Guardian being judged by mine. No more apologies. No more creeping around on eggshells. I deserve an audience with Savathun. I deserve to know how much of what she told me as Osiris was a lie. I deserve answers.
Perhaps if the Guardian had actually said anything, they might have been able to talk Crow down. But, in any case, Petra has reached out to follow up with the Guardian regarding her argument with Crow.
I don't need to be Marasov to see into your mind, Guardian. You think I'm making a mistake. You think I barred Crow out of pettiness. I won't say I didn't recommend it, but it was the Queen's order, for his own safety. I see Prince Uldren's arrogance in him, his desire to please. He's vulnerable. Uldren and your Crow are echoes of each other. Surely you can see that. They share kindred weaknesses. Savathun will exploit them again if we let her. But with Mara back, I can finally see the end approaching. It's been a long time coming. There are still Techians in need of your strength. I wish I could fill their place, but this must be how things are. I'm here if you need me.
Shortly afterwards, the Guardian catches a broadcast from Ikora over the radio.
People of the last city. Recently the Vanguard has been scrutinized for a lack of transparency. And we've paid for it. I hope this broadcast represents our efforts to the contrary. Many of you came to me having witnessed the Vex attack. many of you claim to have seen Osiris present there. We now know this was a deception, an illusion spread by our enemies to turn us against each other. It worked for a time, and we mourn those lost to the senseless violence unleashed in our streets. But we have overcome that fear, and we now stand united. Humanity, Elixni, and the Awoken of the Reef. Our allegiance is what the Witch Queen fears. It is what she meant to stop by sowing discord. It is what will lead us to victory. Know that this battle is not one we are bringing to your doorstep, but it is one we fight to keep the city out of the line of fire. The Vanguard asks for your patience and understanding. If you can offer those, we will offer what insights we can to your questions. You are always welcome in the tower, but I will be in the streets.
Ripples, risen from bones. Kelgarath, Knight Champion of Death, kneels before his shrine of bone in the fog-ridden depths of the Ascendant Plane. Soul fire recedes into the ground around him. He places his forehead against the shrine, smudging a freshly blooded sigil of Xivu Arath. He has added so many layers, but this is the first time the blood is his own. He does so to show his devotion, to reject the heretic sister, to pledge himself anew to war. The ascendant sky churns around him. He breathes deeply. It is his first breath of this life. He looks to the shrine before him, every vanquished contender ground to meal and packed between skulls to cement them in place. Trinkets of conquest and old spent weapons adorn the shrine from base to apex. He looks to them as he prepares to face his adversary. An empty ghost, whose core he had gifted to defected Scarlet Wizards. Its guardian had ended him many times, but he is Kelgarath, and through battle he is reborn. No guardian can escape him, for they are heralds of death, and he swims in their wake. His eyes drift to another conquest. Crystalline implants torn from the forehead of an awoken Techian. He hunted her through the ley lines for 3 days, tracking her by the stench of her fear. When he found her, she brought the Ascendant Plane down on him. He did not fall for this trick twice. He caught her again with his next life. The Techian's final words echoed in his thoughts. I still see the flecks of scarlet in your chitin, how quickly you abandon your Witch Queen. Kelgarath recalls the night he renounced Savathûn, the night he had scoured the scarlet from his flesh on the serration bed deep within the Hellmouth. The night Osiris slaughtered all Crota's kin. Savathûn was weak to allow their deaths, to cede ground to the celebrant, to guardians. Xivu Arath avenged them. Xivu Arath took Osiris's light, and Kelgarath guzzled from it with vows of vengeance. He would prove his allegiance by stamping out any trace of the heretic sister. Herdru, his adversary, was a knight who still claimed fealty to Savathûn. Herdru would be an instrument of example. Through battle, Kelgarath would confirm his new god. Through blood, he would erase the name Savathûn and don that of Xivu Arath. He stands, bows, grips the cleaver and the shield he will carry until he falls again.
Herdru,
he whispers to the bones. Tonight, he will purify himself in death. the Hothead. Zavala swung off his sparrow in a rocky gulch near the EDZ. Across the wash, a Cabal legionary leaned next to a small shuttle. A scion stood at attention nearby.
You Zavala?
The legionary called. Zavala tried not to feel slighted. I am Commander Zavala, he answered. The legionary squinted and nodded slowly.
Had to make sure,
it said.
Security stuff. Let's do this quick.
The legionary pointed a fat finger at the scion.
This scion's gonna ask you a question, and you tell me your answer. I go tell Empress Keitel, and that's all.
What kind of question? Zavala asked. The legionary shrugged.
Only the Scion and Empress Keitel know. Safest that way.
Zavala warily approached the scion. As it stared into him with its single eye, Zavala felt his ears ring. His hand went to his sidearm, but a vision sprang to his mind, vivid and fully formed. Zavala saw the dreaming city. He saw Cabal ships filling the sky, spewing oily smoke. Then, an explosion, a sea of explosions, violent red and black with the fury of planet killers. Unmakers, but concentrated, refined, perfect for the size of the task at hand. He saw death for all in the dreaming city, bodies face down in the crystal grit of their palace. Mara Sov, Petravenge, Corsairs, countless awoken. Collateral, for at the bottom of a crater was the shattered body of a crystal-bound hive god. Destroyed at her most vulnerable moment, her trickery silenced forever. Then, a war, yes, probably, but a small one. And behind it, blood on two pairs of hands. Two willing to pay the price for peace. No. Zavala broke the scion's gaze, and the vision stopped abruptly. The legionary grunted.
That your official answer?
Zavala straightened. My answer is no, he said clearly. The legionary nodded.
Fair enough,
it said, and took a half step back from the scion. The scion punched a code into a small wrist-mounted screen. There was a brief chime, a muffled pop, and the scion slumped to the ground, blood pouring from a wound in its head. Zavala reached for his weapon again, but the legionary laughed and held up a hand.
The volunteers knew that's part of the deal. Now nobody knows what the question was except for you and the Empress. Safest that way. Gotta go and tell her your answer.
The Cabal called as it climbed into the shuttle.
Hope you made the right choice.
The craft chugged into the sky, its jets spattering Zavala's boots with the scion's blood. Reefborn Warbird. Petra pressed her hand to a tall ivory door. She could hear Mara Sov speaking to the Guardian as if the Awoken weren't in desperate need of assistance. As if the kingdom was standing and resplendent, the ley lines unpolluted by hive and taken rot. The throne yet to be despoiled. Her first year battling the curse loops had convinced Petra that she would be able to master this eventually. There was an answer, some sequence she had yet to uncover that would guide them through. But she'd plumbed every depth of her resources just to lose ground. Her queen was keenly aware of this fact, of their losses, of hers. Petra selected the most pertinent reports in her head as Mara ended her communique. Enter, Petra. Mara's voice was clear and hummed in her head as she pushed the door open to a private meditation chamber. A Wayfinder's compass shimmered as it phased between planes in a controlled barnacle sphere. "My queen," Petra said. "The reports can wait," Mara interrupted. "I've been surveying Xivu Arath's advance through the ascendant space that surrounds us, along with the records of your defense here." The Wayfinder's compass froze for a moment, focused on a specific discrepancy within the ley lines. A flaw. "I believe that without your stalwart determination, this city would have been lost long ago." Petra opened her mouth to speak, but could only manage an awkward grin of disbelief. Mara smirked and continued. "I was right to assign you this position. I want to express my gratitude for the sacrifices you've made." "Thank you, my queen." Petra swallowed her next words. She wanted to say, "I know it has not been easy." Mara plucked the words from her tongue. "You walked a difficult path to attain that which many said was unattainable. Such paths often exact tolls. There are no great victories, but to edge out defeat is often enough. You have some experience in this, my queen?" Mara's eyes flashed, sending tension through Petra's muscles for a moment, before Mara let go a thin chuckle. Petra uncoiled, but her mind could not relax. She watched the revolutions of the compass. "I do. In this, we are known to each other," Mara reassured. "The ones you lost were like sisters to you?" "Yes. Petra has known several of them as corsairs under her command. They had bled by her orders. Some were friends. Yet here she stands, gazing out to sea from her widow's walk." Mara gently brushes her cheek. "Be still your mind, Petra. I feel them calling. As I return to you, so shall they." The 4th week since Savathun was imprisoned begins, and the Guardian returns to the helm to receive a briefing from Mara.
Each ascendant beacon you reawaken reclaims a road once lost to me, broadens my sight. But my realm still aches. Savathun has done so much to destroy everything my people worked for. She stole my brother from me, twisted his mind, and delivered him to his executioners. Then she had the audacity to steal him from the Traveler, manipulate him, and lead him back home. It is strange, having him here. And yet not. Crow is a wounded bird, flinching away from me, so much like Uldren, but lost without a guiding hand. Do you understand why I forbade him from speaking with Savathun? This reunion is such cruel kindness. I will find a way to repay her for it, and you will continue to bring me the Techions I need to do so.
Once more, the Guardian returns to the Dreaming City to complete the astral alignment and secure access to the Shattered Realm.
For a long time, we thought that the Blind Well led to your throne world alone, Queen Mara.
That used to be the case, until our new Techions cleverly repurposed it. In doing so, they opened the Blind Well to the rest of the Ascendant Plane, and Xivu Arath.
We've seen both Scorn and Taken in this area. That indicates at least a non-aggression pact, if not outright cooperation.
I suspect it's a case of mutual interests. Savathun is the enemy of everyone's enemy.
The Taken rifts are receding, and the area is secure.
Until we reveal the true voice behind the darkness, none of us can be secure.
Scans show that this sector is clear. Unfortunately, Xivu Arath's forces are already amassing elsewhere.
As long as we have Savathun, she won't stop coming.
Now that we have a moment to pause, I would like to apologize for Crow's behavior. He should not have tried to gain access to Savathun.
I see my brother's boyish antics in his every move. He is A familiar pain.
He's also an outstanding guardian. His willingness to sacrifice himself to stop Xivu Arath, to save Zavala.
He is as brave as he is frustrating.
That he is.
Petra, what assistance has the spider offered us in this endeavor?
None, my queen.
I am not surprised. When you're through there, we will discuss this.
Oh, I wholeheartedly agree. The spider may claim to be the shore's only law, but there is one ruler of the reef. It's time we remind him of that fact.
With the alignment completed and a fresh batch of ascendant anchors and parallax trajectory collected, they return to the Shattered Realm to find another lost Techion.
Your trespass beyond the veil brings you closer to victory, both mine and yours. Taken, Scorn, the Hive, our true enemies aligned to a spearhead to halt our rescues of the Techions.
No mention of House Salvation or the Cabal?
House Salvation is in ruins. You saw to that. As for the Cabal, I am not worried about Empress Keitel. She and I will see eye to eye one day. But Callus...
I agree. Callus is a problem. We should discuss what the Vanguard found aboard the Glykon. In private.
So that's another rescued Techion. Exactly how many of them did you just fling in here? Were you hoping if you hurled enough bodies at the Ascendant Plane, maybe your troubles would go away?
Watch your tone, Crow.
Or what? You'll leave me for dead here too?
Oh, I'll do more than that.
Crow, I didn't receive your latest report.
Yeah, I've had a lot going on out here. On top of getting the runaround from middle management.
That sort of attitude might fly out in the reef, but you will take your responsibilities as a guardian seriously.
I will. I do. Sorry. I have a lot on my mind.
I know. Just remember, you don't have to bear that burden alone.
The Guardian saves another Techion. They return to the Awoken wing of the helm, where Savathun is eagerly waiting their next conversation.
I've been thinking about family quite a bit. What with all the spare time I have. It might surprise you to hear, but everything my siblings and I have done has been for each other. Even though the Vanguard isn't quite the same, they're no different at heart. You do anything for your family, chosen or otherwise. Go to any lengths to avenge them. Look at the Crow and Queen Mara. Siblings, bonded by cosmic fate, forever orbiting one another like binary stars. Mara reminds me of my sister. She's afraid, holding on so tightly because she can't bear to lose one more thing. But we all have to let go. When I am separated from my worm, I'll be separated from Xivu Arath too. And then my sister will be alone. The last of us. But as much as I care for her, I cannot stay like this.
Shortly afterwards, the Guardian catches a communication between Ikora and Mara over the radio.
How long have your Hidden been privy to Uldren's resurrection?
Long enough to watch over him in your absence.
And you didn't direct him home. Why?
There was a concern he'd pick up some old habits.
You know the garden made him sick. Riven twisted his mind. Eris would have seen it. She is not so easily deceived by skin-deep tricks.
It's true I made mistakes. Out of an idea of justice. Out of grief. Are you leveling this same scrutiny toward Petra? Wasn't she supposed to be watching his grave?
Petra has paid her dues. The Vanguard murdered him and is yet to pay theirs.
We both lost family. I'm sorry for my part in yours, but Crow has been treated...
My brother is dead. He was exhumed, his body twisted into caricature. You had your vengeance.
Is that what you're after? Cade, I still feel that grief like a stone caught in my chest. Some days it's more pronounced than others. Vengeance didn't erode that grief.
Then tell me, who am I to blame?
Who sent him into Savathun's clutches? Who bludgeoned Uldren into a scared animal and drove him from his home?
You did, Mara. And those guardians who hurt him did so out of misguided anger. Don't make their same mistake. Don't make my mistake.
Ripples. Art. Petra Venge hangs her head and examines the hilt of her sheathed knife. Transmat particles still swirl in the air around her like tiny flecks of dust as she steps forward, back through the helm gate to answer her queen's summons. Mara Sov's voice washes over the chamber's stone and crystal. He belongs here, Petra. This place draws his old self out. She pauses, knowing Petra will be silent while allowing her to steep in the words. You saw it too. He should never have been allowed to leave. I wish I hadn't, Petra says with a heavy sigh. How am I to proceed? Mara stands on the terrace above her. Give him only morsels of who he could be, nothing substantial. He is a canvas on which work has already begun. I mean only to guide that work to a familiar conclusion. Such things cannot be rushed. Petra shifts her stance anxiously. You're sure? Are you questioning me, Petra? Never, my queen. But I do worry that he is vulnerable to Savathun's influence, Petra offers. She clearly has taken an interest in him for some time now, and he clearly reciprocates that interest. Your words hold no falsehood. You and I will mitigate this danger. If Crow and Uldren are to meet, it must be a subtle progression. Mara Sov leans over the terrace railing. I believe my brother's recovery is possible, Petra. Will you help me? Without a moment of hesitation, Petra responds, I will do anything you ask, my queen. But doubts sprout in her mind. If he does become problematic... Petra trails off, searching for the right words. You needn't worry, Mara soothes. If Savathun moves to exploit him, I will put an end to it myself. Eternal Recurrence. Petra Venge found Jolyon on the range, as she'd expected. A lone figure, lying face down on the ridgeline, sighting a barely visible target on the far side of the ravine. You never really needed a spotter, did you? No, Jolyon replied, squinting up at her. But I always liked the company. He offered her a rangefinder. Care to join me? Petra settled down beside him and sighted the next target. Jolyon pressed his eye to the Supremacy's massive scope. I heard he's back, he said. Then you heard wrong. Petra squinted through the rangefinder. You know how it is with Guardians. He goes by Crow now. Jolyon snorted. Ironic. Only Uldren could make immortality a demotion. Wind is 16 kph from your 9, 4,700 meters out, Petra replied. Send it. Jolyon let out a long, slow exhale. Then, a deafening boom as the Supremacy kicked. Petra didn't bother to check the target. He took a lot of abuse after he rezzed, she said, breaking the silence before it could fully settle. And never knew why. Gave him a bit of humility, if you can believe it. Jolyon lifted his head, shifting his focus from the scope to Petra's inscrutable expression. He raised an eyebrow. I'd like to see that for myself. I know. Petra pressed her lips together in sympathy. That's why I'm here. Mara thinks it's best if we limit his contact with others. Keeping him in her pocket, huh? Uldren might have changed, but it sounds like Queen Mara is the same as ever. Petra's tone hardened. Be that as it may, you've got your orders. Stay away. It's fine, Jolyon said with a smile. It did not reach his eyes. I've gotten used to Uldren being dead. Probably best he stays that way. Interlude. Tracing the Stars. Covering the exotic quest that came with the season. Queen Morosov summons the Guardian for their own conversation.
Approach, Guardian. I have an awoken tale to tell you. One my brother recited to our people's children quite often. Long ago, great kestrels roamed the sky. They built ornate nests in the heavens like conquerors. But in their arrogance, they ignored whispers of storms on the wind. Until one day, one such storm swept over them. It collapsed the heavens, drowned their nests. So they fled, and the storm pursued them. Most died, but a fated few washed upon the shores of a great hollow oak. There, a mother kestrel guarded her clutch, 2 shells, bonded inseparably. A daughter, Riga, a son, Agar. Their hearts beat in unison. And they grew. Riga, intuitive and cunning. Agar, loyal but adventurous. Knowing they would one day wish to leave the hollow to face the storm, their mother plucked feathers from her plumage, and one from each child. For Riga she crafted a crown to keen her mind, centered by Agar's luminous feather. For Agar, she crafted a scepter, cored by his sister's obsidian feather to guide his spirit. There is truth in this tale. The scepter and crown, they are real. One I already have. The other, you will retrieve for me. When you return, I will tell you the rest.
The task itself is to seek out temporal anomalies, Atlas skews, that have phased into the material plane due to the degradation of the ley lines. Once they have been collected, the Guardian returns to the helm and uses the awoken portal to travel to a chamber deep within reef space. The Caliburn Gatehouse, which contains terminals that can house the Atlas skews for sequencing.
This is the gatehouse. It leads to many places. The vault where I stowed the scepter is one of those places. The Atlas skews you've collected serve as star charts of sorts, used to map and navigate ley lines back when they could be freely explored. Uldren had been searching for Agar's scepter for some time when he made these. Another daring venture to win my affections, against my better wishes. He often embedded travel logs into his skews. Here.
Sister, I wonder when the spies you have following me will find these. Do you still walk the old paths we made? Mother's old tales come to mind. I've been adding to my favorite, the twin kestrels whose hearts beat as one. You'll have to tell me what you think when I return with the scepter. Mother Kestrel watched perfect daughter Riga as she plotted the infinite paths of the hollow, as if concocting a plan for each way it could grow. But with her son Agar, Mother instead held him tight beneath her wing in the oak's hollow. She pointed starward and whispered warnings of dangerous storms and cosmic sojourners that carved chaos in the sky. The beautiful depth of the dark spots caught his eye. His imagination was arrested by them, Agur struggled against his mother's wing, yearning to leap from the tallest branch and soar to see the storms for himself. But Mother Kestrel's talon caught him. She scolded him to never leave the canopy. She held him in crushing closeness and vowed not to show him the stars again. He grew to resent her protection.
If it is still unclear, the twin Kestrels represent Uldren and myself. Their mother is Osana Sav. Uldren found Osana's prescriptions restrictive. I never considered her a mother myself, but her dreams of foresight interested me. We both saw calamity looming, Osana and I. In the Distributary, where the Awoken were born, we were eternal. Osana would hide there forever rather than face the enemy. When we left to form the Reef, many chose to hide with her. You're done here. I'll send for you when more skews reveal themselves.
Mara's voice rings through the Wayfinder's compass and echoes in the Guardian's mind. The Caliburn Gatehouse is a barrier between the weapon you chase and everything else. It is a piece of the dreaming city, ripped from reality and suspended within a tangle of ley lines. It rests neither here nor in ascendant space. Once you have collected all of my late brother's misplaced Atlas skews, the Gatehouse will lead you to the Dosemary Vault. We must work quickly to find them, as they phase into the dreaming city. I fear we are not the only ones searching. Mara has news of more Atlas skew signatures. The Guardian returns to her chambers. Uldren never stopped repeating the same old stories, whether they were Osana's or his own. Little ones loved him for it. He filled their heads with false hopes and fragile dreams. He even has his demeanour darkened in his later days. I know it was the thread of a story that kept him upright and walking. Something fake for him to believe in. A star to chase. I suppose it doesn't matter anymore. Another set of skews has come to light, Guardian. Collect them and let us see where this story leads. With the Atlas skews collected, the Guardian returns to the Caliburn Gatehouse.
The twin kestrels darted through the gaps between branches. The leaves formed verdant pathways. Predictably, Riga first, with Agur close behind. In those pathways they traded secrets. Secrets Riga whispered to the flock, hoping to push them beyond the hollow, beyond the forest. Most nights, Riga and Agur sat beneath the stars to dream. Twin hearts sounding a duet of beats. Like ours, Mara. I still feel yours. Still distant. In this story, Agur fixated on the dark clouded pox that marred the night above the canopy. He pointed to the starry spaces between them and asked his sister to name them. Riga never spoke a word. She already knew all their names and didn't want to crush his spirit. How charitable. One night, Agur grew impatient of her silence and pointed to one of the dark spots as it roared with thunder. "The storm is singing to us," said Agur. "We should sing back to show it we are not afraid." Riga wove her voice with his, and the thunder resounded. She did not sing with him again after that night. Rare to see stars in the ascended plane. I wish we were doing this together. Why hide the scepter if it weren't a test?
I understand pilfering ruins suits you more than researching them, Hunter. Listen and learn. When the awoken people came into being after the collapse, I was the first. As first, my chosen form defined what an awoken could be. Thousands followed my example, willing themselves into existence within the distributary. Some, like Uldren, required help. His mind was like an unsteady fawn. No surprise he was unable to do it on his own. So I guided him, filled the gaps in his memory. I gave him a star to follow. He was bonded to me, and his devotion spiraled into pathetic recklessness. Even through death, he hasn't outgrown that dependency. I see it in him as he looks longingly to his ghost for answers. To you.
Mara's voice rings through the Wayfinder's compass and echoes in the Guardian's mind. His story is a tangled weave of truth and fiction. He speaks of our time in the distributary as though we were gallivanting children. Perhaps he was. Perhaps that is where he should have stayed. Not that it matters now. I'll send for you when more Atlas skews have phased into our plane, and you're needed. Mara has news of more Atlas skew signatures. The Guardian returns to her chambers. I have no rousing speech to spur you to action this time, Guardian. Simply a string of triangulation data. It should give you the approximate locations of a newly detected Atlas skew. I imagine your ghost can make sense of this and formulate the data into locations for you to search. My attention is required elsewhere. See to your task. With the Atlas skews collected, the Guardian returns to the Caliburn Gatehouse.
Riga worried their song had attracted the storm's attention and made plans for the flock to leave the hollow. She locked herself away to study. The separation pained Agur, like you know it does. Unable to bear the loneliness, Agur finally took to the sky. High above, the open air cradled him like star-cloth ribbonettes. He felt peace in the deafening rush of wind across his feathers. Once he found them a new home, Riga would love him as he loved her. She would offer him the scepter their mother had crafted for him. The scepter that Riga selfishly kept. But as he approached the forest's edge, night fell and thunder shook his heart. Agur saw a great storm building on the horizon. Had he the scepter, he could have fought. Instead, he listened, straining through the thunder for the faint, secondary beat of Riga's twin heart. Through lightning and chaos, he followed it home. Agur told Riga of the storm, the forest's edge, and the gleaming bulbs of starlight clashing overhead. She didn't scold him or tell Mother Kestrel. She listened and heard the possibility in his tale. Gratitude. Imagine that.
In another life, I'd have appointed Uldren Dominion of the Reef's borderlands, to expand and connect the kingdom under my reign, Agur's scepter in hand. He would have used it to open doors, and challenge foes best left alone. He was not unlike a guardian already, and he would have died before his time. Uldren's fall was a predetermined point, so I hid the scepter away, and gave him something safe to chase. He often strayed from that path.
Marasov's voice rings through the compass and echoes in the Guardian's mind. My words were true. Uldren was meant for so many great things. A ruler, a hero, the other half of a twin-heart dominion. all of the things I pushed him to aspire to, lost. I still see potential for these ends on the path Crow walks, but it is not I who will guide him. That is all for now, Guardian. When more Atlas Qs phase into the Dreaming City, I will call on you again. Mara has news of more Atlas Q signatures. The Guardian returns to her chambers. Love is a spectrum, Guardian. It can be expressed as a mutual bond, a cloying devotion, a determined sacrifice, or so many other ways. To assume each expression holds the same merit as the next is to be mistaken. It is that misunderstanding which far too often separates. Uldren's last breadcrumb grouping of Atlas Qs has been detected phasing into the Dreaming City, and then only the Spectre remains. Xivu Arath has caught wind of your travels to the Gatehouse. Her minions swarm the Ascendant space around it. Do not dally. With the Atlas Qs collected, the Guardian returns to the Caliburn Gatehouse. As much as it pains me to say this, I look forward to hearing Uldren's interpretation of our flight from the distributary.
Agur, much loved by the flock, convinced a great many to fly with the twins when they left the Hollow. He knelt before Riga and presented the crown of feathers their mother had crafted for her, and waited for her to respond in kind. She rose as queen, but did not gift Agur the scepter. His scepter. Despite everything, she still said he wasn't ready. It was a test of his will, right? His devotion. One he would not fail. For he was patient. So patient. Together the twins led the flock away from the Oak's Hollow to carve new nests in distant boughs beyond the forest's edge. Agur flew far and wide at Riga's behest, always thinking of her test, and returned home with tales of all that he had seen. Dark clouds surrounded them. Fires burned within trees, split by thunderous bolts. His twin kept his words close. Riga scattered prophetic bones and traced their curvature like weathered oaken bends. In them the signs were clear. A great storm did indeed approach, they in its path, and so they prepared themselves for war. I wish you just give it to me. I could use it to help us face what we both know is coming. It doesn't even belong to you.
This coming storm he speaks of was the flashpoint. The battle of Saturn against the Taken King. It was the shift from stability into dissonance. I failed to shape Uldren in accordance with my goals, but if I were to take all that he was and reveal that past to him now, would he be my brother? Or is it only his echoes that remain? I see many of those same beginnings leading now to different ends. Tell me, would you be so forgiving if Crow carried more of Uldren with him? Would you still accept him?
The Guardian takes the Gatehouse portal into the Dosemary Vault. The Guardian attempts to claim Agur's scepter, but a defensive ward protects it.
A defensive ward has been engaged over the scepter. It is a failsafe to keep it protected. Either my brother found this place without my knowledge and set it off, or the ward was engaged when the surrounding architecture suffered structural damage. There is a bypass. It is code, kept secret, in that it has been scattered across dozens of terminals throughout the Awoken territory. Fret not, you don't have to collect them. I will have the pieces consolidated and reformed. While you wait, you needn't stand idle like a lost child. Return to me. My borders are threatened.
I can bypass the security screen you encountered, but I required a noble seal. It's not a badge or a key, so to speak, but a series of codes kept by the awoken nobility and stored within the Dreaming City. It was my final line of defense if Aldrin was ever able to enter the Dozmer Vault. I will have them collected and forwarded to your ghost, but I suspect Xivu Arath's forces will interfere with my search. Clear away as many of her minions within my city as you are able. Secure control of the Blind Well to clear a path for my corsairs. There is more to this than thieves and taken. You are not the only one searching for Aga's scepter. The Guardian completes the necessary busywork and is recalled by Mara to the helm. You enacted my commands. The strands of nobility stolen from the Dreaming City have been reassembled, and I now grant you this, a noble seal. It will deactivate the scepter's security screen and allow you to take it. Xivu Arath isn't the type to lie down and die when beaten. Expect her minions to be waiting for you. No one lays claim to what is mine. Arm yourself with Aga's scepter and send her thieves screaming to their graves. The Guardian returns to the vault to claim Aga's scepter. However, Xivu Arath's forces have also found the vault, and the Guardian faces Kelgarath, risen from bones, who is summarily defeated.
Xivu Arath's subordinate came to my doorstep as a thief. Their death is the price of encroachment. Aga's scepter carves pathways toward one's goals. The compass you carry is based off the same principles as this weapon. In Aldrin's hands, it could have connected every edge of my kingdom. Through Xivu Arath, it would grant an omnipresence within the reef even I could not subdue. Deliver it safely to me. While it may never be Aldrin's, it may yet serve to guide what he has become. So you wish to hear the rest of my brother's story? Fine. I will oblige you. When the storm came, Riga and Aga rode the winds to meet it. A fleet of talons at their back. A great battle ensued. The storm took, as was its nature. Many fell, Aga among them. Riga could only watch as he tumbled down, 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 until her heart beat alone. She dove into the storm, giving herself to destroy it. Riga's spirit ascended higher into the sky where she hoped to reunite with her brother. Instead, she met the thing that sent the storm. A bottomless well of grief, unreachable by reasoning or bargaining or violence. A voice in the darkness. And so, Riga gathered her feathers into an aegis of wings to shield the world below. But over the years, feathers broke away. Futility wore thin her resolve. Then, one day, her heart began to beat as it once had. Doubled, distant, but different. A beautiful echo. Hope called her home. And though she prayed to find Aga there, he never returned.
The Guardian returns to Queen Mara's chamber.
I still feel Aldrin's heartbeat somewhere out there. When your crow first stood in my halls, I saw an ember of my Aldrin burning in his breast. Curiosity, and a sibling fondness, told me I could stoke that ember. I hope it is not a lie. I hope he is more than the last ebb of hot ash from a long dead flame. Many of his faults were not of his own making. Uldren's decisions were his, of course, but driven by whips in the hands of others. Myself included. I will have to offer him more than an old story of an empty promise if I wish to see that ember burn again. This is the path I led Uldren down. If certain actors had kept to their roles, I would have wielded Uldren Salve, Light-Bearer. But even Mara Salve cannot control everyone. I celebrate his resurrection in the light. But I detest seeing my brother rewritten, his greater self sloughed away and swept into the cellar. There is still good to draw from who he was. Don't squander it. He needs a star to guide him. Uldren or Crow, they are the same in that regard. Ager's scepter is yours, then, both its burden and the freedom it can provide. Be careful with it, Guardian. He is prone to devotion.
Part 2, covering weeks 5 to 7 of the season story. Iota Draconis. Sejari's eyes snapped open as the telltale sizzle of a fusion rifle pierced the miasma of the Ascendant Plane. The Techian had been sitting against the same crumbling wall for over 2 weeks as an unrelenting sludgy river of grey fog flowed past her, the damp air clinging to her skin. The stench of the Taken permeated her nostrils. Ozone, gun lubricant, and the sickly sweet burn of soulfire. The fusion rifle sounded again, closer this time. The shot was met with garbled hisses and return gunfire as the Taken rallied. After her abandonment, Sejari had tried to move as little as possible, so as not to attract the attention of the Taken patrols that periodically swept the area. But the fighting moved closer, now a dozen meters from her hiding place. She quieted her fear and let her mind go lax, encouraging them to overlook her. She had staved off the prying minds of the Taken scions by lowering her heart rate and entering a deep meditative trance, sometimes for many hours at a time. But each time she re-emerged into her body, its demands became harder to ignore. She was desperate for food, for water, for anything. Despite all her training, she was nearing the end of her resolve. Until she heard a voice, a soft, clear whisper in her ear. "Have faith, my Techians. You are lost, but not forgotten. Help is on the way." It seemed that Queen Mara's promise would finally come to pass. There was yet hope. Week 5 begins, and the Guardian returns to the helm for a briefing from Mara.
We are surrounded. A ring of spears pointing inward from the edges of our system. The Black Fleet could have destroyed us, and yet they have waited. Why? Savathun knows more than she lets on. It is the only reason she still lives, and she is keenly aware of that fact. It is why Xivu Arath pursues her so relentlessly. For Xivu Arath answers to the same entity as the Black Fleet. We must uncover whatever secrets she knows with the time that we have. I must reiterate, she will try to betray us. It is all that a wretched, self-serving creature like Savathun knows how to do. She needs me to free herself of her worm, but after that, the blind well requires alignment. As you rescue my remaining Techians, continue your audiences with her. How did Mies Rex put it? We must all learn to live alongside our monsters. Though I suppose he never said for how long.
Once more, the Guardian returns to the Dreaming City to complete the astral alignment and secure access to the Shattered Realm.
As strange as it sounds, we may have stumbled into a beneficial situation here.
How so? Your Techians are scattered and the Dreaming City is on the verge of being overrun.
Yes, but at least we're fighting on our terms. With Savathun as bait, Xivu Arath has come to us, on our field of choice.
The Techians study both light and darkness, right?
They study paracausal forces in whatever form they manifest.
And they don't shy away from the truth, even if it comes from the darkness.
What's your point, Crow?
Savathun knows the truth about the Black Fleet. Why shouldn't we learn from her, even if she's a creature of darkness?
If you're counting on getting the truth from the Hive God of Deceit, you're already lying to yourself. Does it bother you in the slightest to kill Scorn, Crow?
It does, actually. I feel a deep sadness for them. In a way, they remind me of myself.
That probably comes from your time with the Elixni. I think Spider still misses you.
The Spider, the Scorn, and now Savathun. You're an atrocious judge of character.
I liked you right away, so maybe you're right. Petra, I just realized where I recognize you from. Spider's place on the Tangled Shore.
Could be. He and I worked together when our desires aligned.
What did he do to keep you coming back? Put a bomb in a friend of yours?
You know, he sent me a message recently. Something about bringing a bird back to its nest.
With the alignment completed, and a fresh batch of Ascendant anchors and Parallax trajectory collected, they return to the Shattered Realm to find another lost Techian.
Petra, how many of your Techians are stranded in the Ascendant Plane?
I sent 13 to bring Queen Mara back to us. Others left to rescue those that never returned. It's doubtful they all survived. Xivu Arath saw to that.
She meant to strand you and bleed you out. Not while I'm here.
The Awoken have been bleeding for a long time, Ikora. Why do you think I opened the shore to you? Another victory. It's refreshing to see what we can accomplish when Guardians and Awoken cooperate.
I don't know. The Awoken out here seem to be good at doing two things, losing and hiding. The Guardian and I could have done this ourselves.
You're welcome to go off on your own whenever you like, Crow.
I'd hate to play into the stereotype. I think I'll stick around.
The Guardian saves another Techian. They return to the Awoken wing of the helm, where Savathun is eagerly waiting their next conversation.
When this is over, I wonder if Mara will uphold her end of the bargain and let me live. Killing me is probably at the top of your to-do list as well, isn't it? You've done a lot of killing over the years. Let me ask you something. Of all the enemies you've fought, how many saw your ghost and realized, that's why Guardians are so strong? Not most, but some. They might have even taken a shot at it. R.I.P. Cade. Now, how many saw beyond your ghost? How many followed the line of your light straight back to the Traveler? And how many knew enough to aim a weapon there? A few. The smart ones, the dangerous ones. You'd recognize their names. Listen to me now. Look beyond me to my worm. Look beyond my worm to something far, far worse. Then look down at that little gun in your hand and tell me, what do you think you're going to do with that thing?
Shortly afterwards, the Guardian catches a communication between Ikora and Petra over the radio.
Petra, it's Ikora Ray. I thought now would be a good time to check in.
Things are progressing as well as can be expected, given the circumstances. While we've recovered some of the lost Techians, we still don't have everyone we need to separate Savathun from her worm.
Understood. Don't rush this on my account. Savathun may be waiting for the freedom she thinks is coming, but frankly, I don't care what she wants. This needs to be done with as minimal risk to your people as possible.
I know you hope that this will lead you to Osiris, but you want my opinion? Osiris is already dead. Savathun is a creature of lies. She has no honor.
Your opinion is noted. And on the subject of opinions, how's Crow?
You want my take? On him? In a word, vulnerable. But Queen Mara refuses to send him away. Though, you could.
Trust is a delicate thing, Petra. I don't want to lose his. This is important to him. I trust Crow to make the right choices, and for you to protect him from himself if he doesn't.
Ripples. Wick burnt black. Saint's recent reports were unfocused, Zavala says with a sigh. Ikora nods from across the office. She stands with her arms crossed tightly over her chest. He suffered through an eternity of battle to keep us safe. Then he comes to the tower and lets his guard down, lets himself care for someone. And that's when he gets hurt. She grimaces. Badly. Zavala shifts in his chair and runs his large hands over his desk. His palms have memorized its every bump, every groove. I'm giving him space, but I don't know what else I can do. I'm not sure if he even believes the real Osiris is hidden away somewhere, but he's out there all the same. He just has to do something. I can understand that feeling, Ikora says quietly. That's what I should have been doing. Seeing things my hidden missed. Out in the field, putting the pieces together. Her lip curls in disgust. Not wasting time in the tower, waiting for an attack. Zavala looks up at her and frowns. It's not like you to second-guess yourself. Ikora's jaw tightens. Bitter fire flickers in her eyes. Maybe I should. Her voice is brittle. I brought Osiris, Savathun, inside our walls. Yes, as you did with Mithrax and the House of Light. Zavala counters evenly. But Ikora lowers her eyes. People died for that too. As Zavala rises from his seat, she turns away. The last thing she wants is to be comforted. She hears him lean against his desk, and a patient silence fills the room. Finally, Ikora lets her arms fall to her sides. When she looks at Zavala, his expression is one of confusion rather than concern. It's been years since I've heard you talk like this, he says. Frustration rises in her. I looked in his eyes and didn't see it. Neither did I. None of us did. Zavala's face looks almost serene, which makes Ikora want to hurl a Nova Bomb into it. Listen, he says. We have conquered the Cabal in their arenas. We have chased the Hive into their ascendant planes. The Vex deep into their network. We have been tricked by the god of trickery, and we have fought the god of war on the battlefield. Zavala's mouth tightens into a grim line. When we go up against gods, we fight them on their terms. That usually means we take the first hit. We can't choose when that happens, but we can make damn sure we're the ones left standing. He sits back down at his desk and racks a sheaf of papers, as if putting a period on his sentence. Ikora clasps her hands behind her back, then takes a long breath. I'll support him as best I can, she says. Share all my intel on Osiris. Anything we learned while my hidden were shadowing Crow after he first rose. If Savathun left a trail, I'll find it. I know you will, Zavala says. Ikora allows his words to reach her. I wish there was a way to get him back. Saint or Osiris? Zavala asks, looking up. The hem of Ikora's robe whispers softly across the floor as she leaves the office. Fractethyst. Amanda Holliday finished welding the new fluid catch to the underside of the ether tanks with a satisfied grunt. She wriggled her way backwards into the corridor and bumped into the legs of the massive Elixni who was crouched behind her. Mithrax, she scolded, pulling off her welding helmet.
Amanda,
Mithrax replied.
You are unexpected, but welcome. You are improving our ether tanks?
I threw a fresh fluid catch on there, yeah. Amanda shrugged as she repacked her tools. It's nothing you couldn't do yourselves, but I was passing by. Mithrax gazed across the Botsa district for a moment.
I find that unlikely,
he said wryly. Amanda laughed. Come on now, you know what they say about gift horses. Mithrax cocked his head. Forget it, she said. So how y'all been doing down here since, She trailed off.
Since the human and Vex attacks have ceased, we have been well,
Mithrax said, standing to his full height as he pulled Amanda to her feet.
With the endless night lifted, resources are more plentiful. I see your people and mine moving forward together.
Yeah, it's nice, Amanda agreed. Things are happening now I wouldn't have dreamed of a few months ago. The other day, I saw a group of Elixni at the bazaar picking out ghost shells. Mithrax's laughter was a deep rumble.
Yes, the empty shells are quite beautiful. Would you introduce me to your ghost, Amanda? I would enjoy meeting them.
Ooh, sorry? Amanda chuckled. She put 2 fingers to her wrist. Still got a pulse. No ghost for me. Mithrax balked.
You are not a light bearer?
Nope, she said. Just a regular person. Mithrax thought for a moment.
To aid as you do, without the gift of the light?
He said, bringing a clawed hand to his chest, and bowing.
There is much my people would learn from you.
Amanda shifted from one foot to the other and scratched at her neck. Afraid I ain't much of a teacher, she said quietly. Mithrax smiled.
I find that unlikely.
Centerfire. Ido pored over a datapad, catching up on the Cryptarchs' version of the 100 Years Siege. She clicked her mandibles in fascination. Their history of events was entirely different from those taught to Elixni hatchlings. She was honoured to be the first to measure the historiographical gap between their 2 species. A human male approached her and made a rough, grating sound from his neck. Ido knew humans often use this sound to attract attention. She found it distressing. Yes, Matsuo Cryptarch. Ido shifted the datapad to her lower arms. What do you need? Miss Ido? The smallish human bobbed his head. I'm hoping you can weigh in on a rather delicate matter. Yes, I have excellent dexterity, Ido replied. Go on. The Cryptarch smiled. I'd like your first-hand account of the Techians. You studied under them for a time, correct? Ido put down the datapad. It's true, but I think that your sibling house, the Reef Cryptarchy, will have better information. He tensed the flesh around his mouth. I'm sorry to say that relations between the Tower and Reef cryptarchies are not always as forthcoming as we'd like. Besides, he continued, your primary account, as an Elixni, would be invaluable. Ido paused to collect her thoughts. I will start by saying that the Techians are very frightening. Frightening? Matsuo pressed. How so? The Guardians use power from the outside. They shoot with metal or spark with electricity. They punch. Ido clenched her upper fists. They destroy the body. Matsuo recorded assiduously on his own datapad. But the Techians use power from the inside, Ido continued. They manipulate the mind the way splicers manipulate data. They create visions. They penetrate dreams. They speak with the voice of the listener. If a Guardian kills me with violence, she explained, I am Ido until my death. But if a Techian controls my voice, am I still Ido? It has now been 6 weeks since Savathun was imprisoned. The Guardian returns to the helm for another chat with Mara.
My coven of Techians is almost assembled. Well done. Soon all there will be left to do is wait for the ley lines to fall into position. Then we may exorcise Savathun's worm and reclaim Osiris. She divulges more to you than I, Guardian, though it can be difficult to separate poisonous words from the honeyed ones. I worry that the crow is especially susceptible. I feel the desire for approval in him, as I felt it in Uldren, and he idolized Osiris, almost as much as he idolizes you. Do not forget what has been asked of you. Until the ritual is ready, continue charting ley line passages. We are so close to bringing the last of my lost Techians home.
The Guardian returns to the Dreaming City to complete astral alignment and secure access to the Shattered Realm.
Queen Mara, if your ritual goes according to plan, what will happen to Savathun?
Without her worm, she'll be powerless.
That seems like a waste. Imagine how much intel she could provide.
To us? Or to you?
Xivu Arath's consolidation of hive forces is almost complete. Even those on Luna now fall under her command.
It makes me wonder why everyone sees Savathun as the bigger threat. This would go faster if you'd give me an audience with her. She trusts me. She's smart. We could strategize.
You can speak with Queen Mara any time you like.
I wasn't talking about Queen Mara.
I'll pretend you were, for your sake.
Glint, if you had to describe the way the spider treated Crow in a single word, what word would that be?
Well, the spider is a valued member of the shore's, ecosystem. I wouldn't want to offend.
The spider is not here.
Well, I would say... horrible. He was horrible. He tortured Crow, demeaned him, treated him like a possession.
That's enough. I have all the confirmation I need.
With the alignment completed and a fresh batch of Ascendant Anchors and Parallax Trajectory collected, they return to the Shattered Realm to find another lost Techian.
I'm pleased to report we've made more progress, my queen.
Have you detected any change in the Taken's activities?
Nothing that seems indicative of a pattern. They're continuing to throw themselves against the same dimensional faults.
I see. Keep me apprised of any notable changes.
Is there something specific you're looking for?
Whispers. From the voice in the darkness.
I've spoken with some of the previous Techians you've recovered. The interviews have been enlightening. They all speak of different surreal experiences during their time trapped in the Ascendant Plane. But there is one commonality shared among them. Someone whispering to them in the dark. There's something else out there, Guardian. An enemy yet to reveal itself.
The Guardian saves another Techian and Oh no, Crow is on his way to speak with Savathun alone. He could use an ally by his side, and the Guardian sets off to intercept.
You were kind to me. I thought you were my friend.
Am I not?
You lied to me!
I helped you break Xivu Aras's hold on the shore, brought you to the last city, offered you guidance.
Stop.
If that's what you want.
I want the truth.
I was kind to you because I wanted to be. Because the truth hurts. You know this better than anyone. Shrinking away from the rumors of the man you used to be.
I'm not him.
How can you say that when you don't even know who he is? If the truth is what you really want, then lay your hand on me.
Crow, don't. Please.
See? Even your ghost thinks you're better off in the dark.
Crow places his hand on the crystal. He writhes, but keeps his hand in place as he speaks.
Crow, don't. Don't come any closer. What did you show him?
Everything.
No, wait!
Crow transmats away.
You hurt him.
Someone had to. Better for it to have come from a friend. Don't give me that look. I told you that you can't stop the inevitable. Deep down, Crow wanted to know. He was going to find out one way or another, Guardian taboos or no. You should thank me. Just imagine if it had come from someone with bad intentions. Someone who could have colored the truth about how he died to turn him against you. Against the Traveler. But I would never do such a thing. I see too much of myself in him. We were both looking for our purpose. Now that the Crow has found his as a Guardian, he can see it for what it truly is. A second chance. Something to reflect on. If people didn't want him to know, was it to protect Crow from himself? Or was it to protect themselves from Crow? I do so enjoy our talks.
Crow is reeling from his confrontation with Savathun. He is unsure how to move forward and could use a friend to share his feelings with. The Guardian sets off to catch up with him.
Uldren Sov, awoken prince, brother to the queen, murderer. Now I know the man I was. And you. I'm sorry. You did what you had to do. I don't think I would have told me either. Savathun's visions were like a waking dream. I could feel the heat of the flames, taste the blood in my mouth. I saw everything he did through his eyes. You're afraid of who I used to be, that he'll come back somehow. I am too. So I've asked Ikora to put me on another assignment. One where I can be somewhere I know my choices are my own. Tell Mara. Tell her whatever you want. I'll see you again when I'm ready.
Later, the Guardian comes across the communication between Crow and Ikora.
Ikora, I need to get out of here.
What happened?
I don't want to talk about it. I want out now. Either you reassign me or I'm done.
Done?
With you, with the Vanguard, with everything.
Crow, you have my full support. If you want to be reassigned, I can do that. but maybe you need to take some time first.
If I stop moving right now, I'm afraid I'm going to fall apart at the seams. I need to keep moving, but I can't do that here. I need to be as far away from her as possible.
Would you mind working with someone you know?
Who?
I need an operative to act as an intermediary with Empress Kaido. It's an important responsibility. Maybe we could discuss it in person.
I'll be at the tower soon.
Ripples. Isolation. Space is loneliness. Far removed from any of the system's planets, it is at once suffocatingly dark and blindingly bright, depending on which way you turn. A jump ship sits in a fixed position in the black, engines off, oriented so its underbelly faces the glare of the distant sun. There is no true cockpit inside the radiant accipiter. The ship's canopy projects an image to the pilot. No frame, no obstructions, just the infinite gulf. Crow stares up at the blackness between a cluster of stars he can't identify. He wishes he were there, where nothing is known, where everything can be new again. Glint rests in his guardian's lap. He's accustomed to Crow's hands cradling him as though he were a small cat. But in this moment, Crow's head is instead in his hands, fingers tangled in his hair. Glint is silent, patient. He knows he has to be. Crow makes a small sound in the back of his throat, and the ghost stirs. When this is followed by an unsteady hitch in his breathing, Glint floats up, presses himself to Crow's chest, and begins to hum. Crow's hands close around him, clutching him against his heart. And that's how Glint knows. Crow is still the same inside. Sulphurous plumes rise from fissures in the Venusian soil. Crow marches across the planet's surface, his boots crushing thin sheets of calcium that skim across shallow, iridescent pools of water. His jump ship is perched atop a rise nearby, clear of the unstable field he now traverses. "Crow, please," Glint pleads over his guardian's shoulder. "Can you tell me why we're here?" Ahead, clouds of light and geometric shapes bloom into being. Glint lets out a sharp gasp and transmats away as Crow reaches for the hand cannon at his side. By the time the first Vex Goblin manifests, Crow has already trained his sights on it. A single pull of the trigger takes the machine's head off and sends it staggering across the field, firing blindly. Two more goblins appear nearby, and Crow blasts away their limbs like a child separating a fly from its wings. He ends them with the last bullets in the cylinder. A shimmer of violet light within the temporal storm heralds the arrival of a Vex Minotaur. It bellows a roar across the Venusian flats and fires a volley of energized plasma through the air. Crow weaves between them, tumbles forward through the shallow pools, and rises to his feet to shake out his hand cannon cylinder, sending brass shell casings raining to the ground. The Minotaur revises its place in history, appearing to teleport forward as it shifts to a more advantageous future. It closes in on Crow before he can finish reloading, and grabs him by the head, hefting him off his feet. The Minotaur raises its plasma cannon to Crow's chest and... Crow sucks in a sharp breath, and his eyes open to winged serpents circling in the cloudy Venusian sky. He coughs violently, rolling onto his side. The Vex are gone. "That was stupid," Glint chastises suddenly, and Crow remembers where and when he is. Why didn't you use your light? I wanted to test something. Crow says on sharp exhale. He pushes himself to his feet, only to find glint an inch in front of his nose. What could you possibly be testing all the way out here? The little ghost asks, looking around the desolate landscape. Then, the question Glint doesn't want to ask. Were you trying to hurt yourself? No, Crow seethes. He nudges Glint to the side and starts to head back for the jump ship, but Glint persists. Then why? He demands, blocking Crow's path. Because I wanted to know I was still me! Crow snarls, his teeth bared in a display of fury. Uldren Sov could defeat a Minotaur without the light. His hackles lower. I need to be sure that I'm not him. That you could still bring me back. That I was still worthy of this. Glint's monocular eye bobs down to look at the ground. He is silent. This time, Crow doesn't try to push past him. He stands still, listening to the blast of distant geysers, to the call of serpents in the sky. I'm sorry, Glint whispers. Reed's regret. A ceiling light flickers to life with a buzzing click, radiating a fluorescent pink glow. Moths scatter among the racks of weapons mounted on the walls. Reed 7 ducks into the room, barely able to shut the door behind him. The space is little more than a closet, an arms locker stuffed to the ceiling with a collection of weapons. His hip brushes past a workbench, where a black and gold-plated fusion rifle marked with the Eye of Osiris rests. He sinks into the seat at the workbench, shoulders slouched forward. The chair groans in protest under his weight. There are notes scrawled on loose papers around the fusion rifle, all in his friend Shiora's handwriting. A fine layer of dust covers everything. Reed turns the fusion rifle over in his hands. He remembers when Saint 14 gave this to Shiora for her accomplishments in the trials. He remembers, a few months later, when Shiora had a breakdown during a match and nearly killed another Guardian. He remembers the fallout, the anger, the pain. Do not worry for Shiora, Osiris had told him. Reed can still hear his voice haunting the back of his mind. I am no stranger to these kinds of traumas. I can look after her, guide her. Reed's grip around the fusion rifle tightens. Show her the way back to clarity. His hand trembles. You can trust me. Lorentz Driver. What about this rifle? Scorso asks over the sound of two brigs moving cargo. Her overseer, a 3-armed vandal named Pixie, pulls back the drop cloth covering it. He takes a moment to assess the way the rifle is pieced together from non-weapon components, then motions towards where the brigs are walking. Good meals can still spoil, Pixie says. Bring it, but all these spare parts can be left behind. Scorso nods in acknowledgement, but instead of immediately returning to work, she sidles up close to Pixie, her eyes darting around the warehouse. Is this really happening? She asks in a whisper. Pixie steps away from her as she sets the rifle down on a nearby crate. Maybe. 2 hands in greeting, 2 hands concealed. It's a matter of survival. Scorso challenges Pixie's avoidance and circles around the crate, 4 eyes narrowed. Spider's scared, she whispers again. Isn't he? Pixie quickly leans in. You say that any louder and I can't protect you from what will happen next, he says in a sharp whisper, glancing over his shoulder. Where would we even go? Scorso asks, searching Pixie's many eyes. Her supervisor's answer is a backpedaling shrug. Don't know, Pixie lies and gives her a toothy smile. But like some Elixni say, the light provides. Wayfinder's Shell. The sound of noisy chewing echoes down a long metal corridor in Spider's lair, interspersed by the beat of footsteps. You ever try any of this? Drifter asks, tugging on a length of chewy, battered meat clenched between his teeth. Spider ambles along beside him, pausing to give him a look. No, Spider answers, his respirator hiding the way his upper lips curl in disgust. What is that anyway? Your boy said it was chicken, Drifter notes, nose wrinkled. I'm thinking he ain't never seen a chicken before. Spider's sigh is muffled. The reason I asked you here, he says loudly, forcibly redirecting the conversation, is because I wanted an honest, unfiltered opinion on the situation in the city right now. It tastes like petroleum and bubblegum, Drifter mumbles, pulling the wad of meat out of his mouth. Drifter raises one brow as he looks back at Spider, and claps a hand on the big Elixni's shoulder. Come on, I know what you're looking for, he says with a laughing confidence. You want old Drifter's seal of approval on moving your operation. Spider is silent, but resumes walking at Drifter's brisk pace. The Kell of Kells runs a tight catch, Drifter says as he flicks the chewed up meat onto the floor. That whole mess with the future war cult aside, things are looking up for his people. Drifter glances at Spider, then jabs his side with 2 fingers. Emphasis on his. A fine time for humanity to start differentiating between us. Spider sneers. Would they let you stay there? So they can't be too discerning. Lead is a bit strong, but I get your point, Drifter says. The hallway ends at a large pair of closed doors. Unguarded, Drifter notices. Now that Mara's Solve has returned, I think my days here in the reef might be numbered. Spider explains as he flips open a rusted panel, then keys in an access code. The doors jerk to life and slowly grind open. She may have some hard feelings of my little bird, he adds over his shoulder with a laugh. And let's be honest, she seems like the type to hold a grudge. A bright light spills past the open doors, and Drifter is eclipsed by Spider's shadow. So no, Spider says as he swivels to face the Drifter. I don't want your seal of approval. Spider steps to the side, allowing the Drifter to look more fully at what is hidden away in the hangar. A ship. I want to know if you can smuggle me out of the reef. It is the 7th week since Savathun was imprisoned. An auspicious number by all accounts. The Guardian heads to the helm for another talk with Mara.
When I first saw Crow, I looked into his mind. I did not see my brother's memories. Savathun dredged them from a place beyond my grasp when she revealed his past life to him. She suspects I do not mean to let her live once the separation ritual is complete, and is testing our patience. Perhaps she means only to hurt me. The risk of her cunning is too great, no matter her intentions. Until the conditions are right for us to exorcise her worm, I am restricting all access to Savathun. I will, however, afford you one last meeting to conclude your investigations before I seal her away. Steel your mind when you face her, Guardian. The Witch Queen is no less dangerous now than she has ever been. We have one last Techion to locate. Go forth.
Once more, the Guardian returns to the Dreaming City to complete the astral alignment and secure access to the Shattered Realm.
Crow, this is Ikora. Do you copy?
I'm sorry, Ikora, but Crow would prefer to be alone right now.
I understand. Every Guardian wrestles with their past in their own way. And Crow has more to wrestle with than most. Don't worry.
I am worried. Even if he eventually accepts who he was, I may never regain his trust.
Oh, Glint. You're his new family. Family always comes around. Eventually. Wherever Crow is, I hope he knows there are people here who care about him.
As I told you before, now is not the time for this conversation.
I know, Mara. All the same, it's a sentiment I want to state clearly on open comms channels, for anyone who might be monitoring them.
Beep boop.
No games. If he wants to have a conversation, he knows where to find me.
Mara, Zavala has asked I raise his concerns.
Yes, his concerns are all I imagine when I hear your voice.
He and Kaido have questions about the security of Savathun's crystal prison.
Oh, what should you tell Zavala and his little cabal? Tell them I raised a dragon. That I danced down the hilt of Oryx's blade. That I am Queen of the Reef. The Queen in me always kept Uldren at arm's length, even if the sister in me yearned to be closer, seeing him replaced by that guileless fool.
If I may speak frankly, my queen, Uldren was always a fool. He was too prideful to earn your acceptance. Instead, he tried to goad your affection through insubordination.
And now, on the other side of death, he returns as an obedient servant to another ruler. The Traveler has a sense of irony, it would seem. Queen's Wrath, I have a directive for you. Watching the Guardian work, I have had much time to reflect. When we are finished with Savathun, you will prepare a detachment of paladins to depart for the Tangled Shore.
Of course, my queen.
When I give the order, you and your paladins will remove the Spider and all of his loyalists from the reef. Permanently.
With the alignment completed and a fresh batch of ascendant anchors and parallax trajectory collected, they return to the Shattered Realm to find another lost Techion.
Scorn. Harvesting ascendant energy with such simple, brute force. They must be stopped. It appears these decaying vermin have discovered a means to refine ascendant energy. The dark intellect of the Scorn is a cruel reflection of their former lives as Elixni. But to have reverse-engineered a process to refine ascendant energy, they could not have done this on their own. So, the Scorn stage some sort of ritual combat. This is not of Elixni culture. Are they developing their own? These Scorn appeared to be in the early stages of developing some form of trial by combat. I'm reminded of your Crucible, Guardian. Mockeries of life, sloughing off the skin of their former culture. If the Scorn are learning, changing, what are they becoming? Tell me, Ikora, did it trouble you when your traveler chose Uldren to become a Guardian?
Did it trouble you to let your brother fall into corruption when you could have intervened? Or are your unknowable agendas somehow exempt from criticism?
He needs to be here, with me. If you can encourage him to return...
He's free to make his own choices, Queen Mara.
So I've seen.
The Guardian saves the final lost Techion. Petra has a message for them.
Preparations for Savathun's exorcism are underway, but the ritual can't begin without a cosmic alignment. It will take time. I want to express my gratitude for saving our new coven of Techians. They are young, with many years left to train. You've preserved their potential. Thank you. I tried to do the same for Crow, even if it pains my queen to see him leave. It's hard to imagine there's a safer place for him than at her side, but this is for the best. You saw what Savathun did to him. She could do more. Prince Uldren and I were friends once, you know. In our own strange way. I still think about him all the time. The sound of that gunshot. He's free now. To find his way between the stars. If only we could all be so lucky.
Savathun wishes to converse with her friend, the Guardian. You. One last time.
I've been keeping tabs on you. Your victories against my sister. The mess you've made of the Ascendant Plane while you rescued your third-string witches. Delightful to see so many working towards a common goal, isn't it? I'm glad I can again be the catalyst that brings humanity and the reef together. It's a pity Mara Sav doesn't see it that way. Her face is a perfect porcelain mask. But look behind her eyes, and you can see the incandescent rage burning within. She's very upset with me. This will be our last talk until the day of the ritual, O Guardian mine. Now that Marasav's coven is assembled, the only thing left to do is to keep Xivu Arath from ruining things while the ley lines fall into position. This may take some time, but I have waited millennia to be free. I can hold out for just a little bit longer. Farewell. For now.
A little while later, the Guardian catches a conversation between Glint and Petra over the radio.
Petra? Miss Venge? Can you hear me?
What do you need?
Well, do you know, what Savathun showed Crow? You won't tell me.
The truth, I imagine. Or perhaps some shade of it. My queen is furious.
Oh. I'm sorry. For a lot of things, but mostly for Crow. Being Crow.
It's not your fault.
I could have told him.
So could I.
It's not the same.
No. I suppose it isn't.
How long did it take Mara to forgive you? For what happened to him?
To Uldren? Be patient, little light. He'll come around.
How do you know?
Because Uldren was always a fool for love. And your Crow loves you.
Ripples. Interpolation. I hate you. It's the first thing Mara says on reaching Savathun's crystalline prison. Her words lack heat, but echo through the cavernous chamber nonetheless. I just want to be absolutely clear on this. I hate you, and I wish nothing but pain and suffering for the rest of your miserable existence. The crystal shimmers, and Savathun's gentle laughter ripples through Mara's mind. I know, the Witch Queen murmurs. I could have you jettisoned into the sun, Mara says coolly. But unlike some creatures, I uphold my word when I give it. But we're the same creature, are we not? Savathun wonders. Although Mara can't see her smile, she has no difficulty imagining what it looks like. I am nothing like you. No. Of course not. Savathun's voice is easy and languid. Some might mistake her for being sincere. Mara has taken the same tone too many times in her own life not to recognize it for what it is. I thought you were a powerful, competent woman plagued by a difficult relationship with her family, Savathun says. Someone who weaves complicated long-spun schemes across the arc of time's bow. My mistake. Mara stares at the crystal, clenches her jaw, and turns her back to leave. But before she can take even one step towards the door, she feels Savathun's consciousness brush like silk against hers. I thought you were someone who believes herself to be so smart, Savathun purrs, that she is easily blinded by her own ambitions and self-appointed genius. Someone who is so certain of her solutions that she fails to see the inherent peril in her plans, and yet too embarrassed to ever admit she may have gone astray. Tension knots the muscles in Mara's shoulders and back. Over the years, she has trained her face to remain a mask, but she's not always as skilled when it comes to the rest of her body. Savathun continues. I thought you were someone so afraid of being vulnerable that you'd rather fail than... Enough! Mara rounds on Savathun's prison with the precision of an angry viper. She does not raise her voice. Instead, she lowers it. That might work on him, she says, the last word like fire on her lips, because it still pains her to refer to Crow by any name. But you'll find my armor has fewer gaps. Power surges around her hands as she slams them against the crystalline surface. A lattice of radiant energy winds itself around Savathun's prison, and Mara hopes that the furious drumming of her heart and intermittent flare of her nostrils will be mistaken for exertion, not a different kind of weakness. When the spell is complete, Mara steps back, her glowing eyes dim. She wavers with fatigue, listening for the psychic echo of Savathun's voice inside her skull. There is only silence. Shut up, Mara breathes, a strange marriage of relief and loathing. Shut up. Interlude. Memories.
After Glint brought me to life, I quickly came to realize that Guardians recognized me as whoever I was before. They weren't always kind. So I took to wearing a helmet to hide my face. Before Spider.
Iron Forerunner hood. Saladin remembers what it was like to be young. He remembers the exhilaration of discovering the infinite power he now holds in his hands. He remembers the terror, too. His first death and the agony of a ruptured lung. His mouth had been too full of blood to form words or plead with his ghost, so he tried with his eyes instead. Saladin remembers his second death, because it was quicker than his first. A wrong step in a minefield outside of what used to be a city called Nur Sultan. He laughed when his ghost reassembled him. Then, he cried. Saladin remembers deaths 3 through 65, but does not dwell on them. Instead, he regrets the thousands of hours of sleep lost to nightmares, and how much less vibrant his recollection of that period in his life is compared to his noble centuries spent as an Iron Lord. Saladin remembers the day he stopped counting deaths. Something about you is different, Jolda had said, and put her hand on his. Saladin remembers all this and more when he looks at the crow. He feels rage form a hot pit in his belly when Osiris tells him about the young light-bearers suffering at the hands of his fellow guardians. Osiris asks him if he can keep a secret. I don't like secrets, Saladin says. And that's the end of it.
I respect a commander who's willing to shed blood on the front line.
That's easy to say when you're the one left standing.
I don't regret a single one of my 1,000 deaths. It's the times I chose not to fight that I regret.
There's nothing wrong with choosing real peace. I wish the Cabal were that clever.
That will never happen. The Cabal have honor. They would rather die than surrender. I admire that.
Iron Forerunner gloves. Saladin remembers burying bodies by the dozens. He remembers being thankful that the ground had thawed early that year, so they wouldn't have to burn them. Fires brought light and smoke, and light and smoke brought fallen raiders. Fallen raiders brought more bodies. It's a vicious cycle, Aphrodite had said, as she tied off a funeral shroud with great care. Saladin remembers the bundle being very small. One day I'm going to break it. Saladin remembers how easily the body fit in his arms, how light it felt as he laid it in the grave. He remembers, with shame, pretending not to hear Aphrodite's words, so he wouldn't need to respond to them. He remembers not having anything kind to say. Saladin remembers all this and more whenever the crow talks back to him. Sometimes he bites down on the inside of his cheek. Sometimes he looks up to find his ghost focused on him with a knowing look. He doesn't say anything to his ghost either.
You make it look easy, Guardian.
Yes, if only all Lightbearers had their focus.
Was that remark pointed in my direction?
We had no time for idle chatter when we were defending the walls at Six Fronts, I'll tell you that. And I doubt Zavala tolerated it during the Red War.
You'll forgive me. I'm new, so I'm not caught up on our history. What were you doing in the Red War? Huh. Must be a bad signal.
Iron Forerunner vestments. Saladin remembers losing his connection to the light. He remembers thinking that the Traveller must have discovered his most secret doubts, the darkest thoughts he shared with no one, not even his ghost. He remembers the strange sense of relief that had washed over him, until his radio crackled to life just moments later. He remembers hearing a voice broadcast to the world that the last city had fallen to the Cabal. But he could not tell you whose voice it was. Only that it wasn't Zavala's.
Saladin,
his ghost had said, sounding like it spoke from the end of a very long, very wide tunnel.
You have to move.
Because Saladin stood unmoving. He remembers staring out the window at flurries of snow for what felt like a very long time, but could only have been a few minutes. He remembers tracing the outlines of neighbouring peaks across the glass with the edge of his knuckle. He remembers the act of remembering. Once upon a time, he taught their names to Zavala, as their names had been taught to him. He remembers clutching his radio and rallying survivors, those strong enough to make the journey, to the Iron Temple. Saladin remembers all this and more whenever the Crow challenges him on his cowardice during the Red War. He wants to break the young Guardian's back, to teach him a lesson about what it's like to feel helpless. But something stops him. He remembers hearing stories about the Crow's life on the shore before he arrived at the tower, and does not raise a hand against him.
I get it. I do. But Zavala survived.
Do you have any idea what would happen if we lost him? They might as well cut our throats. That man is the glue holding us together.
You're close?
He's family. Ikora too, and Cade. I miss him something fierce.
Cade 6. Wish I could have met him. Some of the stories I've heard.
Yeah. His killer got what was coming to him.
Does that make it easier?
Not really.
I'm sorry.
Hey, you wanna get a drink or something when we get back?
In the city? I've always wanted to try that.
You ain't never had a drink in the city before? Oh, Crow, buddy. Buckle up.
Iron Forerunner boots. Saladin remembers the simple pleasure of sharing a meal with friends. He remembers Radagast hanging the deer upside down by its hind legs, and how swiftly Perun used her knife to skin it. He remembers Yolda tending the fire with wood cut by her favourite axe, a mighty thing fashioned from steel and embellished with engravings of laughing wolves. It had been a gift from a blacksmith whose son Yolda had effortlessly plucked out of the frozen river several winters before. Putting an arrow through its heart is the easiest part, she teased him. Now you get to sit back and watch the rest of us do the real work. Saladin remembers helping anyway, using Yolda's axe to section off a flat piece of juniper to smoke the meat. He remembers the sound and smell of bubbling fat, and how rich the drippings had tasted when he soaked them in bread. He remembers Radagast asking him to sing the song taught to them by the people of the blacksmith's village, but agreeing only when Yolda and Perun promised to join in. Their voices rose like wolves in the night, and were so raw by morning that none of them could speak. Saladin remembers all this and more when Zavala tells him Amanda has taken the crow out to drink in the city streets. He wonders what song they'll sing, if it's anything like the one he's heard everyone humming lately, even though he hasn't tried it himself.
These are the creatures Zavala thinks will respect an armistice.
To be fair, the Cabal were focused on the Hive until we showed up.
They've established a base in Vanguard territory, on Earth. It's an act of aggression that should be met in kind.
These are clearly dissidents. Keitel lost a lot of support agreeing to a truce.
The Cabal are not guided by reason. As far as I can tell, neither is the Vanguard. Not anymore.
From what I've heard, the Iron Lord's definition of reason hasn't exactly been a winning strategy.
I think we're done here.
At least we agree on something.
Iron Forerunner Bond. Saladin remembers the first time he met Zavala. He remembers thinking that the Awoken had regal bearing like the stags he once hunted on the steppes. His shoulders were broad and his chin held high. When he moved, he did so with the strength and purposeful deliberation of someone with the power to determine his own place in the world. You'll never have a son, his ghost had said, but it isn't too late for you to take up an apprentice. Saladin remembers their sparring matches. He remembers how Zavala always got back on his feet, no matter how many times Saladin put him down. He remembers refusing to offer the younger Lightbearer a hand up. Until the day Zavala finally bested him in combat. He remembers lying flat on his back, left shoulder dislocated and ribs shattered, a strange pressure on his chest that made it difficult to breathe. Finish it, Saladin had commanded, because that was the way of things. His ghost would revive him. Saying nothing, Zavala hauled him to his feet instead. Saladin remembers all this and more when his former apprentice calls him into his office and tells him about the face behind the crow's mask. Zavala says he knows that Saladin doesn't like secrets, that it's unfair to ask him to keep one of this magnitude. But there will come a time when the crow needs someone, the way Zavala needed Saladin. You never needed anyone, Saladin insists. Zavala only smiles. Forge's pledge. Iron Lord Saladin Forge is not a man to be fooled with. If you make a joke at his expense, you'd best hope he laughs when he hears it. And he never laughs. Iron Lord Saladin Forge is not a man to be slighted. If you wound him, you had best hope he forgets you. And he never forgets. Iron Lord Saladin Forge is not a man to be lied to. If you mislead him, you had best hope he never finds out. And he always finds out. And if, for some unfathomable reason, you decide to pose as his friend and advisor, so rumours within his ranks whisper lies in his ear and lay the full force of your foul deceit upon him, you had best hope that your worm god, your sword logic, your tithes and tributes and reams of ageless bargains are enough to keep you safe. And you will never be safe from Iron Lord Saladin Forge. Finale, Exorcism. The time is now. 3 months later, everything is in place, and the stars have found their proper alignment. Mara Sov and her Techians await the Guardian in the Dreaming City to perform the exorcism ritual on the Witch Queen's worm. Xivu Arath won't stand by and just let this happen. A confrontation is to be expected. All that remains now is for the Guardian to join the ritual and play their part.
The time is at hand. The beacons shine bright and the ley lines are set in place. My Techians are prepared to perform the ritual that will separate Savathun from her worm. Although she claims she will help us in our fight against the Black Fleet and the entity that commands it, she cannot be trusted. You have coaxed enough information from her for my purposes. I will do what must be done. But know that Xivu Arath won't let her sister, or her sister's worm, go without a fight. I call on you once more, Guardian. Your knack for violence is needed. Make your final preparations and head to the Dreaming City. We will see you when you arrive.
Guardian, thanks to your efforts, my Coven is reassembled. Once the blind well is prepared, the ritual to exorcise Savathun's worm will begin.
The Guardian inserts the Wayfinder's compass into the blind well. They arrive at the ritual site, where, in the distance, what appears to be a worm god is wrapped around the ritual spire. Several of Xivu Arath's tomb ships approach the spire.
Look to the sky, Guardian. Hear the worm gods roar. After millennia of insatiable destruction, they are powerless against my retribution.
This is Xivu Arath's last chance to capture Savathun. She's dispatching all local forces to the spire. Use the teleporters to join us as soon as you can. Corsairs to me! Fall back to the entrance! Hold this line to the last soldier! For the reef! Guardian, with the ley lines activated, Xivu Arath's forces are pouring in from the Ascendant Plane. We're being overrun! Break through the hive lines! Reinforcements have arrived! Rally, Reefborn! Death to the hive!
The Guardians and Corsairs push back the hive assault on the spire.
Guardian, commune with us. The ritual is about to begin.
The Guardian enters.
Hello, my love. Osiris admired your patience, but you look antsy to me. Having doubts?
Doubt is a useful tool, but double-edged. Do not let it lead you astray.
Ugh!
Leave him be, and keep to your promises, or I'll let him drag you into Xivu Arath's waiting jaws.
And then she would swallow you as well. Why must we threaten each other?
I am merely clarifying my intent. It is time. Yalaya, Sajari, Austin, and Savathun. We are sisters of circumstance, bonded by fate. Open those bonds to each other. Become one. Expel the parasite from our collective. This moment is simply the strike of a match. The fires we light here will burn long after. Be ready.
Large concentrations of Xivu Arath's forces are closing in on our position. Protect the queens.
Saint 14 casts a Ward of Dawn.
None shall enter!
Xivu Arath's forces are converging on your position. Defend Queen Mara and the Techians until the ritual is complete.
Safety here, friends! Breathe and fight again!
Xivu Arath is desperate. She's sending her new champion as a last resort.
Wait, Kelgarath, risen from bones, is here with a taken blight. The Guardians defeat Kelgarath. Mara slowly walks towards Savathun's crystal cocoon and touches it.
You're running out of time. I feel my sister bearing down on you.
Your family is tenacious, if nothing else.
No more than yours.
My brother spent years suffering punishment for the path you made him walk. Finally, justice finds its mark. Let this be the end of it.
Mara and the Techians perform a ritual. The crystal shatters in a brilliant explosion. Mara approaches the broken crystal. The Guardian and Saint 14 approach quickly. Osiris lies among the crystal shards. Savathun is nowhere in sight.
Plans are fickle things. Two can view the same events and predict entirely different outcomes. I was outmaneuvered, and Savathun slipped through my fingers. I was sure that this path, these actions were absolute. But change is a prolonged effort. It requires application of steady pressure. There will always be backslides. Do not lose the summit in the climb. After Saint 14 returned Osiris to your tower, my Techians verified his identity. Savathun upheld her end of the bargain. And she did not escape unscathed. Her worm is mine. It will grant many insights, I am sure. The curse on the dreaming city can yet be broken. Go home, Guardian. Prepare for what is inevitably to come.
Saint 14 requests the Guardian's presence in the tower.
Osiris lives. Thank you, friend. Savathun tried to bury him, to use him like currency for bargaining. She wore his face and spoke with his voice, but they were not his words. I did not believe the Witch Queen would hold to her promise. I thought I would never see him again. He is lost in sleep. Without the light, it is difficult to know if he will recover. But he is safe. I need time, Guardian. I will see to Osiris's care. When he awakens, I want my face to be the first he sees. Perhaps I will joke that now we are even. Savathun has many enemies, but she has never faced Saint 14. We will find her, and this time, it is her who will be buried.
The Guardian catches Ikora asking Petra what happened over the radio.
What happened? Savathun happened. The Techians believe she enacted a contingency spell the moment the crystal shattered. She transposed herself with another subject marked with a matching hive rune. Osiris.
Is he alive?
He is. Very weak, but alive. The Techians have confirmed his identity. It's Osiris. No tricks.
Do you have any idea where Savathun is now?
We do not. She could be anywhere. If it's any consolation, we do have one thing.
What's that?
We have Osiris. In a way, Savathun kept her word. To the letter.
I'll be sure to send her my thanks.
Ripples. Correspondence. Brother, the Witch Queen has been banished from the Dreaming City. We are no longer bound by her secrets. You are no longer bound by your own. I have been told my trajectory leads to solitude. In truth, I believed myself arrived for some time. I would change course, if given the opportunity. There was a time I feared you would lose yourself trying to follow me. That time has passed. No matter the name you take, you are unrepentantly yourself. Which is to say, reluctant and stubborn in ways I find enraging. And I love you for it. I ask neither forgiveness nor understanding. I offer only sanctuary. And tea, if you would be amenable. I am here if you decide to come home. Mara. Thank you to anyone who has listened to this all the way to the end. You can mark the achievements by giving the video a like or leaving some kind of really nice comment. With Lost wrapped up, it means I can actually end this year having produced lore readings for years 6 and 7 of the Light and Darkness saga, as well as huge parts of Forsaken and earlier years. Looking ahead to 2025, I guess my main ambition will be to deliver years 8, 9 and 10 of the saga, and that may sound like a lot, but these episodes will have way less need to incorporate, say, years 1 to 5 content like I did this year. And I guess I've been able to improve some of my workflow a bit, so it's maybe not too crazy an ambition in my opinion. I guess that said, I always have ideas for other things I would like to make. I have a separate project I started working on shortly after I finished the Awoken episode that was just trying to stave off some of the burnt out I was feeling from what was a 9-hour, epically very long video that was just a bit too big. Plus, as I've got deeper into this series, I've just been reconsidering the approach I had of just starting at Shadowkeep. A part of me does want to create some kind of new light type episode, or even going back and doing just the previous year's releases, as currently, just like Bungie, I have a huge gaping hole in my own content where the Red War, Curse of Osiris and Warmind are meant to be. They're not really that important in the grand scheme of the saga to a degree, but it's still a bit of a gap. But if you have any thoughts or opinions on that, by all means share them in the comments, because I read them all. In any case, shoutouts as always to the Destiny community resources Ishtar Collective, Destinypedia, Destiny Lore Vault, the Destiny Lore Subrreddit, Destiny Music Archive and Last City Radio, for all the work that allows fan projects like this to even exist. And as always, to all the writers, artists, designers and developers who have ever had a hand in creating Destiny.